Hello, everyone. I've been watching the comments roll in for like the last 5 minutes, and I gotta say, I am. I'm just laughing watching everyone's comments about how they think I'm gonna feel about it. Hello, everyone. I'm gonna leave you in suspense for just a little bit longer, just to see if you all, want to keep debating whether I liked it or hated it. So we'll see. And thank you, Simtown Twins. It's time for you all to play a drinking game. Every time I shit on this movie, take a shot. You may be in the hospital by the end of this video, or you may be completely sober. You'll find out very shortly. Oh no, Black and Conscious, I'm gonna make you wait. I've been enjoying watching you be like, he's gonna hate it. He's gonna hate it. And then other people be like, I think he's gonna like it. I'm like, did I like it? Did I hate it? Do you know me that well? Do you? You haven't drunk since the inauguration? I certainly have, but I also got drunk during the inauguration. But that was because I was so sure it was going to go badly. I'm like, I'm going to watch the world fall apart right before my very eyes. And I was pleasantly surprised about a week later. Oh, and to those of you who were like laughing about that migraine, I legitimately, like, it was incapacitating. It was so bad. I had to sit in the office at work for about 2 hours before I could even drive home because it was like horrifically bad, like very unbelievably bad. Like solid jokes, but I was like in severe pain. All right, so let's get this discussion started. Or should I wait till 9 o'clock? I did schedule it for 9. I don't want to go too quickly in case there are people who are going to jump in. No, it's okay. I'm not shitting on you guys for making jokes about it. I'm just saying, like, it was really, really bad. I left work about 2 hours before my shift ended and we closed, and I waited those entire 2 hours before driving. Like, it was fucked up. And thank you. I'm glad I'm feeling better now, too. Otherwise, I would not be making this video right now. I mean, I am pretty gay, but I don't think that was the reason for the migraine. Yep, you got 3 minutes left before you get to hear this opinion. 3 minutes left to determine whether I'm canceled or can continue. And you all know full well, my opinion has always been my own. Like, I like things that other people don't like, and I hate other things that people love. So, I'm curious to see how you all will react to my reaction of the movie. And yeah, I'm kind of enjoying teasing you all with, ooh, do I like it? Do I hate it? Do I love it? Do I despise it? What's it gonna be? I am not cancel proof. Nobody is. It scared me. Scooby's already bitten me a few times since coming home. Don't worry. Is that true, Black and Conscious? Is that true? Sorry, Popular. And yes, I am doing this to you. 2 more minutes. I am currently pulling the video or the movie up on my HBO Max as well, so I'll be playing it in the background. I'll try to keep it minimum in volumes, just in case there's any copyright issues, because there are songs in the movie, but I think I can get away with it as long as it's not too loud. I didn't just finish it. I finished it yesterday. I watched it right before I watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So yeah, I put that Falcon and the Winter Soldier video together extremely fast for you all. You're welcome. I don't know, Noah, is that true? Maybe I hated all of it. Maybe I loved all of it. But it will be honest feedback and criticisms, if there are any criticisms. Sorry, I'm having too much fun with this. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Let's get into it. So, first and foremost, I would like to issue a sincere apology to any DC fans. I thought this movie was not going to be good. I really thought I was not going to enjoy it. It was just going to be an extremely long version of the shitty movie we already saw. And it was actually great. I really, really liked it. I kind of can't believe how much I liked it. There are parts I did not like, though. A lot of them are creatively to do with like what Snyder has in mind for his universe. More like aesthetic things that aren't quite my cup of tea. Like, I'll just start with the things I didn't quite like, because, to be honest, there's not too many. I think the movie was actually really good. And then we'll get into why I think it's so good. I'm still pretty shocked at how much I liked it. But what I don't like, the biggest one for me, and it has always been the biggest one for me, visually, is the Flash. I loved his character in this movie, and there were a lot of parts. Honestly, I think my favorite part of the movie was to do with the Flash, because he's my favorite DC comic hero. But visually, I don't like everything they've done with the character. I think the costume is fine. Like, it looks pretty cool. But I do not like that he has blue lightning. To this day, it really bothers me. Especially because in this movie, you see Steppenwolf with his axe, which has like yellowish orange lightning. I'm like, that looks fucking sick. Reverse those things. Make Steppenwolf's axe like have the blue energy and lightning on it, which would make more sense in my opinion because his eyes glow blue towards the end of the movie. And replace Flash's lightning with the orange-yellow stuff. I just think it looks way better. It's more comic accurate. And if you want to show the blue lightning that badly, save that for the Speed Force moment towards the end of the movie, because that would be kind of cool if only in that moment his lightning turns blue as he's using the Speed Force. But that's kind of a gripe I have with it. And that he's not blonde. I'm like, is it really that difficult to dye, what's his fucking name? Ezra Miller's hair like a blonde color, or even like a sandy brown. Like, the fact that he has such dark hair genuinely kind of bothers me. But visually, that's really all that bothers me with that character. I thought they did the comedy with his character way better in the Snyder Cut. It is still really, I wouldn't say childish, but he's definitely like the kid of the group, but that works with his character. And they cut out some of the more, I don't know, like just dumb jokes that didn't land. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with some of the comments in here. Oh yeah, that was kind of a tease, how Joker did not say we live in a society. I was like, why did you put that in the trailer if he doesn't actually say it in the movie? Cyborg honestly made this movie. Okay, I will agree with you there. Cyborg, best character in this whole movie. And I cannot believe how much they fucked him in the like theatrical version. Like, in the theatrical movie, he basically did nothing. He was just a MacGuffin to literally make shit happen. In this movie, he has such a good character arc, and I nearly cried a few times with his story. It was really good, and I cannot believe how they fucked it up so bad. My theory is his lightning is blue because he hasn't accessed the Speed Force yet. I mean, that would be cool. I still would prefer if they just go with the orange, yellow lightning now. Like, it's just so iconic to his look. Not a fan of the blue lightning. But there were some moments with the Flash in this movie. Oh my god, they were so cool. But we'll get to the cool shit later. Aside from that, I didn't like the singing part with Aquaman, where like the village starts singing for him. I thought that was really cheesy. I did not like that. Thought it was pretty dumb, actually. I was like, really wish you would have cut that out, because I didn't think that was pretty good. I'm trying to think, what else did I like really not like? It's a good sign that thinking of the things I didn't like is more difficult than thinking of the things that I did like, because it was a damn good movie. To be honest, I still didn't really like Lois's storyline. They made it better for sure, but I don't know. I wanted to see her be more, I don't know, like classic Lois Lane. Like, even though she's grieving, she's still taking care of business. She's, the star reporter. But in this whole movie, she's kind of just going through the stages of grief, which, I mean, it's a decent storyline, but I wanted it to be more than it was. But I realized it's already a 4-hour movie. Can't spend the whole time on all these characters. I think I would have gone with something a little different with her, though. And yeah, absolutely, the Cyborg assassination was due to Joss Whedon and the studio. I don't think that's all Joss Whedon, but yeah, that was a combined effort to fuck that character, and I cannot believe it. Like, he was the best part about this movie, and they made him so insignificant in the theatrical version. Like, out of all the things to cut, why his storyline? That kind of boggles my mind. It's really, really weird. Black and Conscious, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think the Wonder Woman fight at the beginning was super different, but it was different enough to make it go from like, oh, that was kind of cool, to like, oh, this is like really good shit. But I mean, it is the same footage. It's just cut differently and more explicitly violent, which normally I actually don't like. When it comes to superheroes, I do want to see them hold themselves back and not kill people. But I gotta say, I do like the darker version of this, and her just straight up murdering those terrorists. Like, that was fucking intense. I actually really like that. But anyways, I'm getting too much into what I like. I need to stick to what I didn't like. If I can think of what I didn't like. What else is there that I did not like? I still think Aquaman's character is not pointless, but just like a little out of place. Like, there's not a really solid reason for him to be here other than the mother box comes from Atlantis, so that kind of ties him into it. So I don't know. I like it. I mean, he was a decent character, but I think they did his character better in the Aquaman movie. But that wasn't terrible. Like, I just think he could have been better. And I'll be honest, I know a lot of people were super excited about it. I don't like the black suit on Superman. I don't care. Like, everyone's like, ooh, it's the black suit. It's from the comic books. I'm like, I think he looks better in the red and blue. That's just me. And there wasn't really a reason for him to have the black suit in this movie. He just wears it because he's like, well, I died and I came back, so time for an outfit change. And I was like, I mean, just put on like the classic colors. In my opinion, I think that would have been better, but I didn't hate it. It's just, I don't love it like a lot of people seem to. I mean, Wonder Woman is definitely down to kill. Like, she is a warrior, and I do appreciate that aspect of it. I just thought it was, in a weird way, it was a little jarring for her to like murder these people, and then immediately after go up to the little girl and be like, you can be whatever you want to be. You can be just like me. I was like, I mean, you just murdered these people. Like, yes, you saved them all. You did some badass shit, but you did kill them. And the little girl was like, wow. I think it would have played off a little bit better if the little girl was almost a little scared of her. Like, thanks for saving me, but holy shit. But I still liked it a lot. It was way better than the theatrical version because it just took its time. Like, there were some scenes I think did drag just maybe a little bit, but overall this movie took its time a lot more, and it just helped a lot of the scenes actually like work like a lot better. All right. That's pretty much it for what I wasn't a huge fan of. So let's get into what some of you are saying before I really get into like my favorite parts of the movie. Snyder takes a little too much time to cut away. Sometimes he seems a little pretentious with his editing. I do agree. There are some parts I'm just like, it's too slow, man. Like, you don't need to slow-mo this moment, and you don't need to like super extend this scene. Like, I don't think it needed to be 3 hours or 4 hours. I think it could have been like 3.5 hours, and it would have been like, holy shit, this movie is like phenomenal. So I do think it dragged just a little bit. Not a whole lot. Like, there are some moments that needed that extra time. Keep in mind, WB said Zack Snyder's Justice League was unwatchable. Oh, well, I mean, I know. Like, studio executives don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, but I've been saying that shit for forever. Like, studio executives, they look at numbers. They look at money. They're not filmmakers. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And this is an obvious example of it, because this was way better than what we got before. And yeah, so much more made sense. Like, they cut out stuff from the movie that like created really big plot holes in the original one, which I honestly was like, oh, well, I guess Zack Snyder didn't have no good reason for that. And there were moments where I'm like, oh, wait, there actually was like a big reason why that was in the movie and why that makes sense. Like, how they found the mother box at the end did make sense in this one because of the sacrifice that Cyborg's dad made. And I actually really like that change. And I do not know why they cut that. Like, that was a really good scene. Like, a really good scene. So I don't understand that. Hold on 1 second. Yes. No, move this. Sorry, I have to work on just this one quick little thing. No, wait, shit. Oh, fuck. But such a long movie, though. So long. And yeah, that one little line change in the Wonder Woman scene at the beginning where he's just like, I don't believe it. And in the original one, she says, does she say I'm a believer? Or does she say like, I'll make you a believer or some shit? But yeah, just in this one, it was so much better for her to just be like, believe it. And then fucking whap. Like, it was pretty cool. Although a little extra, I'm like, did you need to destroy like half the building to kill the one guy? I'm just saying. Like, it looked cool, but did you have to do that? Wonder Woman is the one who's gonna... Okay, yeah, read that one. I love what they did with Steppenwolf, and killing him made a lot of sense in this. Because they actually made him a real character in this movie. Like, in the other one, he's just... I don't know, he's just there. He's just like, yeah, I'm here to get the mother boxes and say mother every, like, 10 minutes. In this one, it's like, he fucked over Darkseid, so now he's trying to get back on his good side by doing this big errand for him and collecting the mother boxes. His voice that got changed a little bit is way better. He looks way cooler. They made him much more violent. Well, I mean, they made the whole movie like a lot more violent and in a good way. And the way they killed him, ooh, that was badass. That was like one of my favorite parts of the movie. I thought that was actually really sick. Darkseid is a pussy. Saw Superman and left. He definitely just saw it and was like, okay, I'm gonna take my notes and I'll be back. Like, Darkseid is fucking badass. Like the vision of the future where he actually uses the Omega beams for a second, I was like, oh shit, that's pretty cool. And I've never even been like a huge Darkseid fan, but that was pretty sick. And I do wish he was going to come back to do more Justice League movies if they were going to be like this, because this was pretty damn solid. Didn't mind 4 hours either. I love the several parts. I did like that the movie was split up into, I think it was 6 parts. That was kind of cool. It made it feel like a book. You're like, all right, now you're reading, chapter 2 of the book, and it worked out pretty well. I did watch it all in one go. I mean, for one, I didn't have time to do anything besides that, and 2, I feel like movies are meant to be watched in one go. Like, you really shouldn't be taking any breaks. And if you do, like, this movie kind of does allow you to by splitting it into chapters, but even then, like, it better be a short break. Like, go to the bathroom, go grab your food, come right back. Would you have preferred to see it in theater instead of at home? I mean, I think it would have been better in theaters. Like, I mean, when you see a movie in theater, having the surround sound, the whole atmosphere, the huge screen, it almost always makes it a little better. So, yeah, I would have preferred to see it in theater, but I'm not, like, upset that I saw it this way. Angel, yes, it was. It was actually very good. Do I think it's the best CBM? No. Do I think it's one of the best? What? Oh, do I think it's the best? Do I think it's one of the best? Okay. That's just my opinion, but I am a little nobody who don't know superheroes and CBS. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. It's all good. After this pandemic, I love my own space and company, plus the pause button and rewind. See, I don't like that. Like when you watch a movie, it's not meant to be paused or rewound. Like, you should be totally focused on the movie and just go with it. If you need to pause or rewind something, then it wasn't delivered correctly in the movie, and that should have been something that was tweaked. But that's how I view it. I have more of an old-fashioned view when it comes to like watching a movie, or I guess more of like a filmmaker's way of watching a movie, because that's how it's intended. That's how they're meant to be watched. And I miss the surround sound speakers and everything, man. Like, my headphones are great, but it's not quite the same when it's like so loud. It's like deafening. And I don't think it would be a nightmare. Like, if you can get through 3 hours of Avengers Endgame, just tack on 1 more hour to it, you're fine. If you're enjoying the movie enough, 4 hours won't be that bad. Do you think that Joss had something against Ray Fisher? I mean, it seems like it, because all the good shit with Cyborg was like cut out, and I don't get it. Like, everything that was good about that character was cut out, and it's so weird. The change to Joe Morton's character. Joe Morton, is he the one who played Martian Manhunter? Because I gotta say, the reveal of Martian Manhunter, I flipped out. I was like, bitch, what? I love Martian Manhunter as a character, so that was fucking sick. And you can spoil everything you want. This is a spoiler conversation. If you haven't watched the movie, that is your own damn fault. I think Joss had a thing against people of color in retrospect. Again, I think it was Joss and the studio, but it really seems like it. Like, it really does, because like, he also cut out the Atom, and I thought that was a great little tease. They're like, oh yeah, like, look who it is. He might be someone important down the line. And I'm like, fuck yeah, the Atom's a huge character, and a cool one too. I like the Atom, and I like the actor they had play him too. Like, he didn't do a whole lot in the movie, but they set him up, and I thought that was great. And Martian Manhunter, but you know. Sorry, I'm just catching up here. Okay, sorry. I think I have to skip a couple just so I can catch up a little bit. How were the Amazons betrayed? Oh, by like Atlantis? I don't remember if they actually said or not. Might just be something to explore in a future movie. When Superman came back, I wish Batman kicked Superman. That was so intense. I mean, without a solid plan in Kryptonite, Batman just can't. Let me see here. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, but it's not. I swear I'll be right back. Just setting up the movie in the background because I liked it enough to watch it, you know, multiple times. Okay, here we go. And I'm just gonna let it play because it was cool. I did like when Superman came back and instead of holding Batman up by the face, he just started like heat visioning the fuck out of him, and Batman was using his like new gauntlets to block it, and it just barely was able to. Like, that was cool. Good choice. I have not seen Buffy Too Cool Dancing, so I couldn't say one way or another what his history with black characters is. Didn't really have any in Avengers, so I suppose that does say something about it. I did really like this intro. I thought it looked hokey in the trailer, but him like shouting out to like the heavens, it weirdly worked really well for me. I was like, this is actually kind of cool. Like, it was a cooler way of explaining why Steppenwolf shows up and Darkseid is like initiating his plan than the Batman scene where he like captures a little demon and it shows the mother boxes. Like, I thought that was pretty dumb, and this was pretty cool. I feel it, Angel. And I mean, I don't know, it's not that hard to not pee for 4 hours. I will say this, though, to anyone who's like, oh, so do you like Batman versus Superman now and all that? I'm like, no. I think Zack Snyder fucked that movie up really bad. And I think he made up for what he did in that movie by making this movie, like, really fucking good. But I still think Batman versus Superman was like a trash movie. Like, that's just my opinion. I don't think that was a good one. But it did lead to decent setup for what happened in this one. And I cannot deny that. Character who was more interesting than Faith and potentially been my character. Sorry, I just have no idea what anyone's talking about when it comes to Buffy. When one is anxious and I haven't been able to concentrate in the past year, I prefer home now. I mean, I get that, but please go out to the theater and support them when we're all like truly able to and it's safe to, because I don't want theaters to die. Like, I really want theaters to still be a thing. If everything just goes to streaming, I will have a problem with that. I still don't like the Lex Luthor, though. Like, he's so lame. I'm sorry. I don't like the way they did him in these movies. Unpopular opinion, Martian Manhunter is literally way more powerful than Superman, and everybody kind of knows it, but the writer does him dirty when his power set should make him essentially untouchable. I mean, that's true, but he has a much more obvious weakness than Superman does. Like, Superman has kryptonite, which isn't extremely abundant, and Martian Manhunter, his weakness is fire, which is like fucking everywhere and very easy to create. So I will say he has a much more debilitating weakness than Superman does. Oh, sorry, Too Cool Dancing. There's a lot of comments. I'm like trying to keep up with it all while also delivering a decent review of it all. Martian Manhunter weakness is fire, which was always dumb for me and lazy writing. I mean, I thought it made sense. Like, it comes directly from his experience on Mars when the whole planet was, like, burned to a crisp and he watched his family and friends all die. But it is a severe weakness that is basically the reason he's not the most powerful out of everyone. Even though with his power set, he really should be. The Amazonians were so good in this movie, though. Like, that was one of my favorite scenes in the theatrical cut, and they made it even better in this one. What's up, Jeffrey? Based on some of the stories coming from the Buffy shows, it seems very likely that Joss is very responsible for the poor treatment of Cyborg. Well, I mean, I'll accept that, because, yeah, they fucked Cyborg over in this movie, and they made him so good in this version. Like, so much better. And I will be watching the Mortal Kombat movie. I don't think it's going to be great, but I think it'll be fun. Oh, colorization? Is it colonization or colorization? Who's speaking? I think Wonder Woman 1984, it was explained that the Amazons were captured by humans and they had to escape, and their faceless warrior wore Diana's golden armor. Well, I mean, they weren't captured by humans. They had to escape someplace. And what's her name used the golden armor to protect them all and let them get away. But they still, like, have the mascara, obviously, if you see it here in the Snyder cut, which is modern day. I think what's the broken into Star Labs, my liking of the film is really cemented. Yeah, the breaking into Star Labs was a very good scene. Much better than what even happened in the theatrical version for that. Like, did they break into the lab or not? Like, I don't even remember that scene being anything in the original. I just remember them being on the ship already with the Mother Box. But yeah, I thought that was a great scene. They wrote out the Green Lantern dumb weakness of wood. Oh, that's actually true, they did. Well, I mean, in my opinion, he already has limits. Like, his limit is his own mind, and he can't create something lethal with a will ring. So, yeah, I don't think he needs a weakness of wood. Or the color yellow. And to be fair, Martian Manhunter's only weakness is fire. It's not like a multiple set of things. It's just that one thing that he, like, cannot deal with. But it is a big one. I think I read somewhere that in the comics, Martian's real weakness wasn't fire. It was just a mental block that the Universe Guardian guys put on them to keep them from being overpowered. I gathered that it was just PTSD. Like, he straight up has, like, a panic attack when he sees it. It's not that it actually would hurt him. He just can't physically, like, deal with it. I do have music playing, and it's the movie. Do you think this will affect Ray Fisher's future work? I think the Snyder Cut will. I think people, like, of all crops will see this and be like, oh shit, like, he did a really, really good job here, and I think it will help him. Is Ezra's Flash in the movie as good as everyone says it is, or is it overhyped? It's as good as they say it is, I think. They made his character way more likable, funny still, but also so badass. Like, they give him some really great moments. Specifically, I mean, just, he saves the day. Like, if it wasn't for Flash, the whole world would be destroyed. Like, he is the one that saves the day. Like, they all do, but he was like the real hero in that final moment, which I thought was fantastic because only he can turn back time. You could argue, well, Superman can. I'm like, yeah, but can he? I still call bullshit on rotating the planet backwards. Flash using the Speed Force, that is time travel, and god damn, that was cool. And yeah, every character actually does get a really good amount of character development and plot. I think the only one that didn't get quite enough was Aquaman. He was the only one I was like, could be better. And I still think Batman is a little out of place in all this. I'm like, he's badass and everything, and he has a lot of gadgets, and he has great leadership skills, but he just can't keep up with some of the other heroes. Like, he could not fight Steppenwolf on his own. Even when he was using his biggest tech, it's like, nah, man, it's not gonna work. Like, you can't fight this guy. So that's a little bit of a downside to his character in the movie, but the other moments with him being in it, especially just being the leader of the Justice League, they were great. Like, they were done, again, much better than in the original. Cyborg should also be one of the most powerful. You see, I feel like in the comics, it's like, he's really powerful, but he's definitely not, like, the most powerful or anything. In this movie, like, fuck yes. Like, he is insanely powerful. They do a lot of really cool shit with Cyborg. And no, I don't want to forget that the 2017 one happened. Like, this is an excellent example of, like, how a director, depending on who the director is, like, it can really fuck your shit up. And depending on how much you let a studio dictate what your movie is. The soundtrack was really good. That, I think, I've seen some people say, like, it's the most amazing soundtrack they've ever heard. I'm like, it was good. I don't think it was, like, phenomenal, but there were parts of it I was like, wow, that was great. Specifically, the Speed Force part at the end, that was really good when it comes to the soundtrack, the visuals, the character moment. It was great. Ooh. What would be great is if they give Cyborg a solo film after this. I would love that. After this version of Cyborg that I've seen and this character arc, I think it would be great. Like, he could really do something cool with it. I think they didn't know how to do Aquaman at this point. No, yeah, I don't think they did either. I think they were still figuring it out, and it could have been better. But it wasn't bad. Like, it was a decent job, including him. And yeah, it was sort of like, it'll be explained soon, but it's like, that's, again, one thing I think Marvel still kind of has DC beat on, where they have such a focused image of what it is, that going from one movie to another, you're not like, oh, the character's like totally different, or the look of everything is totally different. However, if Zack Snyder directed, all of them, or was the head creative design on all of them, and his vision was the ultimate goal, that could be really cool. Because I like how different it is from Marvel. I like how Marvel's its own thing, and Zack Snyder's version of the Justice League is way different, in a good way. Like, they shouldn't be the same thing. I like both a lot. Directors and editors can really make or break a movie. Fuck yes, they can. Oh, I just got to the singing scene. I don't like it. I think it's really weird. Especially that she, like, grabs his sweater. I'm like, girl, I know he's hot, but, like, chill out. I know it's a lot deeper than that, but still, I don't know. It didn't work for me. Can we please have Angry do, please? You mean Ong, the lost avatar who water bends and R bends and far bends? Made a Cyborg movie that leads into Teen Titans. At this point, I feel like you shouldn't even do Teen Titans. I'm like, you've already ascended Cyborg to this level. Like, putting him in with the Teen Titans would almost be unfair. The only character that would be able to keep up with him is, like, Raven, maybe Starfire. Like, Beast Boy and Robin would just be, like, fucking useless compared to the other ones. Honestly, felt like justice in so many ways. For Snyder, for Cyborg, for Ray Fisher. I agree. For Flash too. Like, I think they fucks Flash's character up by a lot, especially with the finale. Like, ugh. I might be one of the few people in the world who thinks the Dostoevsky line was actually kind of funny, but to do that instead of what they did here is so dumb. Like, it's so stupid. Joss has access to the same footage, but also did lots of reshoots. Yeah, and almost everything that was reshot was stupid. I'm like, dude, why? Why did you do that? Snyder did do some reshoots for this cut, but not like a whole lot. Most of it is the original footage. Mira had a whole accent and didn't have it in the 2 other movies. Yeah, they didn't think about the details. Yeah, I did not like the accent either. For a moment, I was like, do I like this? Should she have had that accent in the Aquaman movie? But no, I don't think the accent worked really well. I also don't think Amber Heard did a good job with the accent, so I'm glad they didn't continue with that. Oh, Simtown. I know the one you're talking about. It's the one where the Flash super speeds over everyone's heads to get rid of the debris, which was sick. Like, that was fucking cool. Why cut that? Like, it was so good. And it wasn't even a long scene. It was like 10 seconds. And yeah, I'd be okay with going for the Snyderverse at this point. Like, I still think he fucked up Batman vs. Superman, and I kind of liked Man of Steel. I thought it was okay. But this was, like, good. This was great. Involuntary grit my teeth when I see Mira. I mean, I like the character a lot. I hate the actor. I think she's an asshole and a piece of shit, but what are you gonna do? And oh, I forgot about that. When she like siphons the water and the blood out of Steppenwolf's face, that was sick. Like, that was a really dark moment that I thought was so cool. I was like, yes, dude, that was fucking awesome. Can we talk about how happy that weird ass family wasn't included in this cut? That bathtub nonsense. Yeah. I mean, just a lot of the stuff to do specifically with the finale was so, I don't even know, like, hokey. It just didn't need to be there. It didn't fit the tone of these characters or this universe, so I'm glad they cut a lot of that. Hope Warner learns from this and changes the way they operate. They probably won't. And I'm thankful for Ray Fisher, and I hope this battle leaves a dent for those who come after him. It should. I still don't think Warner Brothers is going to learn from this. They're going to be like, okay, you guys had your fun. We made a lot of money off of this. We'll let Zack Snyder do a lot more stuff, but they won't understand, like, they were the problem here. They and Joss Whedon were the problem. I don't think they're going to ever get to that point, but maybe I'm wrong. Mira has an accent. Was she British or Australian? Still not okay with what's her name though. I mean, I just don't think it worked. The accent didn't work for me. Don't you have to be a teen to be in Teen Titans? Well, I mean, that's also kind of the problem. It's like it would have to be like a prequel movie if they're going to do Teen Titans at this point. And they've already established that he becomes Cyborg not that long before this movie starts. So I'm like, in this version of things with the Snyderverse, I just don't think you can do Teen Titans. Or if you're going to do it, you have to cut out Cyborg. Raven would honestly fit so well in the Snyderverse. Raven would be really cool. But I want them to do a Justice League Dark movie and have Raven a part of that. I mean, I would like that too. I just don't think Teen Titans specifically is going to work for Snyderverse. A little bit of what I was talking about with the colorization of the film. Oh, okay, you meant, okay, I got you, like, that's what it is. So the overall tone is blue, it washes some things out, but it's Snyder's thing. I mean, it works, it looks good. I like it better than the really saturated colors in the Justice League version. I just don't think that works for the tone of the movie, what they're going for here. I think this more washed out look, it looks better. For this movie. It's not always my cup of tea, but in this case, it certainly is. Hey, Gogurt Fun. Oh, we talking about it. Constantine and Zatanna. Ah, yes. 2 characters that are unbelievably cool. Was there a new actress for Mira in... No, I mean, it was still Amber Heard. It was all the original footage that they used, so she had an accent, and I was like, that's a little weird. Maybe they wanted her to be Australian surfer chick. Yeah, but it didn't really sound Australian to me. I also found Godet's delivery of the monologue about the mother boxes cringy, but the scene was awesome. I didn't think it was bad. I think she did well. And it makes more sense why she tells the story in this version of it. Like her actually going to see like the whole monolith with Darkseid's backstory, and again that them not knowing what the fuck the mother boxes are, and her explaining it, it just makes more sense. The soundtrack is a lot better though. It's certainly better. See, that's the thing. I actually do think Amber Heard plays the character of Mira kind of well, which is unfortunate because I fucking hate her, but I think she does play the character kind of well. I would be totally okay with them just getting rid of her, though. And yeah, the bloodbending thing was fucking cool. I actually like the Snyder cut. I liked it better than any of the other DC messes. I'm trying to think. I think I still like the Wonder Woman movie a little better than this. Just a teeny bit. But this was really good. It was so good. I can't believe how good it was. Do you think this is good compared to 2017 or just good? I think it's just good. Like, not just like, oh, it's so much better than what we got before. I think on its own, if this was all we had known, it would have been like universally pretty well loved. The movie leaked 2 days before Sabotage. I mean, Sabotage maybe just to create some hype because like it's a good movie. What movie is 4 hours long though? Snyder was better off. I mean, honestly, if this movie had come out in 6 parts like it did, but you know, the 6 parts were episodes, holy shit, would that be a great TV show. I don't think it would have gotten the same budget, but still, like, it was really good. And I honestly don't mind that it was 4 hours. I really don't. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to watch this. This is the Wonder Woman scene, the first action scene, and I actually love that she kind of kills people here. It was so brutal. I was like, holy shit, dude. Oh, that's badass. Like when she throws the dude at the crowd, catches him, and then throws him at the wall, and you just see his head like crush against the wall. I was like, oh my god. It was pretty cool. Are you one of those pro Johnny Depp, anti Amber Heard? I'm more anti both of them. I think they both fucked up pretty bad with what they did. I definitely dislike Amber Heard more because she's a liar. Like, Johnny Depp did some fucked up shit, but he didn't lie about all that shit. Amber Heard straight up made everything up and made him look like this evil person, and she's just this helpless victim when that's just not what happened. So fuck her. And also kind of fuck him. I'll honestly say it's a masterpiece. I don't think it's a masterpiece, but I think it was very good. Not perfect, but certainly the best comic book movie I've ever seen. Definitely not for me, but it's up there. I would put it in the top 5 best comic book movies I've ever seen. Logan and TKD. What is that? What is TKD? Are above it for me, but I think it's tied with Endgame as 3rd for me. Yeah, I think that's fair. What is TKD? I'm like blanking. This is so much better in this version. Like, I actually like this scene in the original version, but it's just so much better here. I still don't think she needed to eviscerate the whole building to kill the one guy, though. That was a little extra to me. And actors from Buffy have come forward and all. I mean, I can definitely see how Hollywood is changing the landscape a little bit with people coming out against these really corrupt people. It's going to be a long process, though. Like, it's going to be, 50 years from now, Hollywood will look very different, but it's going to take a long time. Snyder's plan for the whole 5 movies looks so cool, though. I mean, it did. It did look pretty cool. Appearance was a compromise. It was supposed to be someone else. Not spoiling. I mean, if it's a compromise, I like the compromise because I love Martian Manhunter. Artemis's temple, while not necessary, again, answered so many questions. I feel like it was necessary because it did answer so many questions. It's like, oh, well, now this makes more sense, and now this makes more sense, and this is way cooler, and this means a lot more in the grand scheme of things. So I think it was kind of necessary. I think it was a little long. Like, it didn't need to be quite as long as it was, but it was good. Did you thirst over Zeus? Like a little bit. I mean, I saw him in the first one, so it wasn't like, oh shit, I wish you weren't cut from it, but I was like, yeah, he was hot. But to be fair, like, literally everyone in this movie is gorgeous. So, I mean, like, Henry Cavill, Jason Momoa, Ray Fisher, even though you don't really see much of his body, but you know what I mean. Or, well, actually, in this version, you do see a lot of, like, the human version of Cyborg, and those scenes are so good, dude. Ezra Miller's not my cup of tea, but he's certainly, model pretty and all that. Gal Gadot. Agatha leaked it. It was Agatha all along. I say get rid of Amber Heard and cast her doppelganger, Teresa Palmer. Oh, that actually wouldn't be a bad idea. That would not be a bad idea. Zeus was dishy, but so was Cyborg and Superman. Exactly. Love that she jumped off the roof and not just throw a few meters off the roof for a bomb that exploded 4 blocks. Me too. And that shot of her, like, throwing it up and, like, that slow motion scene I thought was great. Like, seeing her, like, kind of floating up towards the air as it's, like, flying above her. Like, that was really good. I think if the pacing was somewhat tighter and the runtime had been 3.5 hours, that's what I said. I would have been fine with it in theaters. I mean, I would have been fine with it at 4 hours too, but I think it would have been, like, outstanding if they trimmed it up just a little bit more. But it was still really good this way. Ooh, first introduction of Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf was so much better in this movie. So much better. This whole Amazonian sequence at the beginning was so good, and I have to agree with Grace. I love the part where she's like, Amazon, show them your fear, and they all just chant, we have no fear. I was like, ooh, chills. That was fucking great. Emilia Clarke from Mira. I mean, she could probably do it, yeah. This is a Marvel fan. I am a Marvel fan, but I'm also a DC fan, as long as it's good. CGI on Cavill was better? Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, they totally reshot his scenes so they could digitally put on a new face that wasn't the fucking weird mustache thing, and it made a difference. It made a big difference. Oh, The Dark Knight. Okay, yeah. Dark Knight is great. That's a fucking great movie. I can agree with that. Ah, that line is so good. We have no fear. I was like, oh shit, it's going down. I love the Amazonians. Zeus was so big boned and meaty. Not that big. I've seen bigger. He was ripped though. He was certainly ripped. And they oiled him up in that scene like so much. Where was I at? I remember when Buffy was on, most of the actors used to hang out at Joss's home and do plays or play music. It seemed cool at the time, and now it seems a little bit cultish to me. It seems a little creepy to me. Yeah, that doesn't sound super cool. Ah, the Amazonians. They're so fucking cool. And I do like the R rating. I do like the R rating. It's fucking cool. Like, this is the kind of story that deserves an R rating. Like, in my opinion, Marvel, depending on the character, but most of the time, does not need to be an R rating. But this, it's gotta be R rated. Like, it's gotta really go there. Like, this movie kind of proved that to me. Ezra's a cutie, honestly, this whole cast. I mean, Ezra Miller himself I have some issues with, but he's a very good actor. And like I said, he's very model pretty. He's actually a pretty underrated actor. He is definitely an underrated actor, because he's really good. He's just, like, him as a person is... He's got some issues, but it's not like the worst person out there. I certainly hate Amber Heard a lot more than him. Remember when Ezra choked a random woman? Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I understand he probably was extremely frustrated, and that shit happens to him all the time, where he's getting, like, mobbed by fans, but you can't do that, man. Like, you can't do that. The Ezra thing is forgotten now, I guess? Fuck no, it's not forgotten. Like, I guarantee you, studios have not forgotten that. Arrows on him and how he got rid of it. That was really cool, I agree. Like, all the arrows sticking out of him, and then he just, like, kills all of those Amazonians, and he, like, flexes, basically, with his armor to, like, snap them off. It was like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I still minded his running. His running looks really weird. Like, man, you gotta learn how to run. Like, he just looks so goofy. Like, the rest of it was so good, it didn't bother me that much, but like he's got to learn how to run. Can we have an Amazon meets Dora Milaje crossover? Oh, that would be sick. Oh, that would be so sick. Disney and WB, time to work together. I would watch it. And as much as I love the Dora Milaje, I think the Amazonians would win. I mean, they literally have, like, moderate super strength, so like I'm pretty sure they would win. Although the Dora Milaje has a lot higher technology, so I don't know. It'd be really cool. Although I think I'd want to see them working together than fighting each other. I could understand if the woman put her hands on, maybe like it was self-defense. I mean, it wasn't. Like he should not have done that. If you watch it without remembering 2017, his running was good. No. There's still parts where he's just like so like goofy with the way he runs. I'm like, man, you really gotta fix that. Like, you gotta learn how to run, man, if you're playing the fucking Flash. But I think what they did with his character was just so much better. So much better. There's so many parts they cut out where I'm just like, why did you cut this out? It makes so much more sense. Like, even in this scene with the Amazonians, like, where the whole temple falls into the water, like, it really emphasizes the fact that all those Amazonians inside died in order to, you know, protect the mother box. And then they all just, or Steppenwolf and his parademons jump out anyways, and you're like, well, shit, man, like, it was all for nothing. Oof. Yeah, this movie's pretty brutal, and I really enjoy it. TV Flash is hotter too. I disagree. But I think he looks more like the comic character. His running was laughable. He needs to train with Allison Felix. He really does. I really think he does. He's just got to fix that. If he fixes that, I think he could play a perfect Flash and dye his fucking hair yellow, like, or yellow, blonde. Oh, this is so cool. This is the part we were just talking about with all the arrows stuck in him, and he's just fucking destroying, like, murdering these people. But the Amazonians are holding their own. Like, it's not like they just get wrecked. Like, they put up a good fight. But then he just flexes them all off. Fucking cool. And I love what they did with his voice, too. Like, it's a simple change, but it just makes him much more intimidating, weirdly more likable. The Flash has blonde hair to a cool dance in. Needs to have blonde hair. It bugs me that he doesn't. I mean, if they can dye Jason Momoa's hair, you know, blonde at the tips and everything, like, just do that with the fucking Flash. It's what his character looks like. Although, that being said, Wanda in Marvel Comics always has, like, dark brown hair, and they've changed it to, now she's, like, a redhead. Obviously, like, dyed hair, and I do like it there, so, I mean, you can change things, but for the Flash, it needs to be blonde hair, damn it. I'm about to sleep. I just wanted to know if you liked it, but it seems to be watching it now. I am watching it as I'm discussing it because it's a damn good movie. It's very good. And I'm glad you're gonna finish it. You'll enjoy it. Wanda should have also been Romani, but I'm gonna let it go. I mean, she should have, but is what it is. And as far as whitewashing characters, like, it's never cool to do that, but at least they whitewashed the character with a really good actor. Like, that's one saving grace there. I do really love Elizabeth Olsen in the role. But yeah, they did kind of fuck that up from the start. I think Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Spider-Man are the biggest, most iconic superheroes ever. I agree. I agree with that. I would add Captain America to the mix as well. Pretty much everyone knows who Captain America is. But yeah, it's like, those are all household names. Like, if you say that, people are like, oh yeah, I totally know who you're talking about. And they could have never seen the movies, they could have never read the comics, but they would know who they are. We finally get that epic feeling these DC characters should bring. I agree. I do agree with that. He said top 5 of his comic book movies. Yeah, I think it's probably my 5th, but yeah, it's very good. What hour are you on? I think I'm still less than an hour. Let me see. Yeah, I'm at like 38 minutes. So I'm still in part 1 of the movie. Or I think I just passed it to part 2. Did I? I don't remember where part 2 starts. Spider-Man is just such a dumb concept to me, but he got great stories though. It's such a cool concept. Such a great character. My favorite. My absolute favorite. Like, I know there's like, the big conversation of like representation in superheroes, and white people like myself have fucking plenty of them. But Spider-Man like was my representation, like a nerdy kid who like wants to do good in the world but makes a lot of mistakes, and then is granted these awesome powers, and he does amazing things with them, and he's funny. Like, he was everything I wanted to see in a superhero as a kid, and it's just always stuck with me. I love Grant Gustin's portrayal of Barry, but the CW has limited him. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. He does a decent job with the portrayal of Barry Allen. But the Flash isn't Jewish, right? Maybe that's why they didn't dye it blonde, so Ezra would not look good blonde. I think he would look fine as a blonde person. Like, I think people would be surprised, like, oh shit, he actually pulls it off pretty well. Not top 5 movies of all time, just top 5 comic book movies. But yes, it's probably my 5th favorite. Justice League's always grand and bigger than life, and they brought it. Yes, and that is one reason why I think I'll always like Marvel just a little bit better. Because I still, to this day, prefer stories about human-like characters doing godlike things, or trying to, as opposed to godlike beings trying to be human. Like, the grander it gets, the less I can connect with it. This is definitely an exception. Like, there are plenty of moments to connect with emotionally and character-wise, but I'll just never connect to it on the same level as a hero that's not, like, godlike. The original X-Men and Teen Titans, respectively, too, they are the biggest team and thing at one point. I mean, I don't think they ever got to the same level of, like, household names, but if you're at all into comic books or superheroes, then yes, I definitely agree with you there. I only watched 25 minutes of it, so you're further than me. Well, I'm not like that much further. Might as well just watch it with us. Like, obviously, I'm going to spoil the shit out of it, but I mean, technically, can you really spoil a movie that's already come out? Obviously, it's very different in this version of it, but like it basically accomplishes a similar thing. Just does it so much better here. I still need a solo Storm movie. Oh, I do too. That, like, obviously it's not representation for me, but I fucking love that character. I cannot wait till she's in the MCU. Oh yeah, they extended this scene too, and it was a lot better. 35 minutes and it's already top 5. Okay, I gotta finish it. Well, I mean, I've already finished the movie, but yeah. Storm is the patron mutant saint of gays. Well, I feel like this patron mutant saint of gays is Billy or Iceman. For gays specifically. LGBT community, you could make arguments for a lot of other heroes. I'd love a Storm movie. Storm is my pick when I dressed up for Halloween. I know, I actually really love your cosplay for that too. It's very good. Or I don't even know if you can consider, is that cosplay or just cool costume? I suppose it's cosplay. It looked really good. We need a dark skinned Storm, no more light brights. I mean, that would be nice. To be fair, they cast Danai Gurira in like a major role in the MCU. And T'Challa and Lupita Nyong'o. I don't know why I said T'Challa, Chadwick Boseman. And even why can I not think of her name? Oh shit. Fuck. Who plays Shuri? Like, what is her fucking name? Letitia Wright. They were all dark-skinned black actors. And I was afraid they were going to shy away from that, and they didn't. So, fingers crossed. We can still get it. Teen Titans were literally outselling X-Men, Justice League, Avengers, Fantastic Four, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you, Teen Titans are not a household name. If I went and talked to my roommate or my dad or any of them and been like, so, Starfire is like so fucking cool, right? They'd be like, who is that? Like, what are you talking about? And if I said Teen Titans, maybe they would remember it from when I watched like the cartoon as a kid. It's not really the same kind of household name. When you say Superman, there's not a soul who doesn't know that name. When you say Batman, there's not a soul that doesn't know that name. I'm just saying. I'm not shitting on the Teen Titans, by the way. Like, I fucking love the Teen Titans. It's just not quite on the same level. My representation wasn't a comic book character, because please. Yoruichi. Oh, okay. Fair enough. My friend used to illustrate for Marvel as an intern, and he and I bonded over Storm, and he was gay. I feel it. I mean, I wonder if that's true. Like, does Storm resonate with, like, all gay people? Because I love Storm, always have. Speaking of Teen Titans, is Young Justice going to continue? I hope so. Young Justice was great and sad that it ended. Yeah, I agree. And of course, Cal. Jodie Turner-Smith for Storm. That would not be a bad choice. Well, Lupita can't be Storm. She's already Nakia. I still don't understand why people wanted Angela Bassett as Storm. Like, yes, she's an amazing actress, but I don't feel like she would really be the best for Storm's character. I think she would have played it really well, but honestly, this isn't meant as disrespect to Angela Bassett, but I think it should be a younger actor, because I want the character to be around like for a long fucking time. I'm not saying that Angela Bassett's going anywhere anytime soon, but I think it would be better if she was a bit younger. I was just popping in, but my eyes are burning, so night morning. Alright, good night. Nancy people, therefore you're wrong. I mean, I'm telling you, like, not as many people know that name. I could ask any person I know who Superman is. They know who he is. I could not ask every person I know who Starfire is, and they would know. In the comic book world, might be a little different. In the grand scheme of things, where a lot of people don't read comics, that's just not the case. What's up, Vera? Well, Shuri was originally supposed to be played by Amanda Stenberg. Oh, I love Amanda Stenberg, but she turned it down because she thought it would be inappropriate for a light-skinned actor to play her. Well, good for her. Amanda Stenberg has done a lot in terms of like black rights and activism and everything, which is pretty impressive considering how young she is. And she's a very good actor. Angela Bassett in the 90s or early 2000s would have been great. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Before Billy, most LGBT I know as Storm is their favorite. I mean, Iceman was out as gay at that point, right? I think. Maybe that was a little newer than I thought it was. I don't consider no comic book or anime character a thing for the gays. Why? A lot of gay people love comic books and anime. Has to do with her first scene on the cartoons doing a magical girl transformation. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I kind of see that, yeah. Can anyone else back me up here or tell me I'm wrong about the Teen Titans thing? Like, in my experience, because I mean, I know you're saying like it's my people, but I don't think anybody would agree that they're as big a names as Superman and Batman or Spider-Man. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm curious. Like, someone else, pipe in. I want to hear. I read that as hey first. Thought he. Angela would have been the best. It makes me mad that she turned it down, so Halle was cast. Oh, yeah. I mean, Halle Berry's good and everything, but yeah, I think Angela Bassett would have been better for sure. Wasn't right that she fought her ass off to make her more respectable. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't right. But at least she fought for it. I think Adina Porter would make a great Storm. Not bad, not a bad choice. But if we get the X-Men in the MCU, my life will be absolutely complete if Storm and Kitty Pryde are introduced and done correctly. Here we go with Wonder Woman collecting the arrow, getting a lot of backstory shit. That was actually very good. I'm glad it was in the movie. Storm and Kitty Pryde are introduced and done correctly. I mean, I agree with that. Kitty Pryde especially, like, she's a character that seems to be just completely ignored in the movies, and she's such a big character in the comics. And Storm, too. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like only Kitty Pryde. But I just couldn't help but notice how much of a side character they made Kitty Pryde. But yeah, dark-skinned actor for Storm, hands down, because comic-wise, Storm is a little whitewashed with heavy Eurocentric features. True. Very true. Meant Superman, Spider-Man, Wonder Woman, Batman, most iconic in terms of my grandpa here in the Netherlands knows them. But see, that's kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, it doesn't really matter how old or young you are. Like, everyone knows those characters. Who's a lot because the people I know you hear that the people I know don't mess with it. I'm sorry. Kiki Lane is Storm. Maybe. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't even dislike it, but I don't think that's my first choice. Dominique Jackson from Pose is Storm. I don't think I know who Dominique Jackson is. Maybe I do. I don't think it would be my first choice. I think a lot of people grew up watching Teen Titans. I mean, yeah, if you're our age, like my dad didn't grow up watching Teen Titans, nor did my brother, nor did anyone who's over the age of like 35. And the cartoon did make them a lot more popular. And they were already popular, but yeah, the cartoon definitely helped. I haven't heard of Teen Titans until very recently. Known about Superman and Batman for years, not in comic book ready, so maybe that's why. Okay. Kiki Lane is my perfect Tiana. I want the tall, statuesque Storm. Yeah. I still think Jodie is the best choice so far. I would have to agree. Growing up in Southern Africa, I didn't know anything about Teen Titans till I came here, Canada, in my 30s. What I say? Main hero. I'm sorry. I love this shot too of her seeing the picture of Darkseid. Like, it's so ominous. Like, it was actually really good. And here's our big Aquaman introduction. Them wedges. Teen Titans is out of my DC knowledge. I'm not saying I was right, but I'm just saying. Kiki Lane should be cast in everything. Comic writers have a huge problem with drawing black women with Eurocentric features, like there was a big problem when writers had Monica Rambeau looking like an entire white woman with a dark tan. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely an issue in a vast majority of comics. I mean, they do the same thing even with, like, male characters. My dad called me several times, all hyped, trying to talk about the Snyder Cut after he saw it. Aw, that's cute. People in chat, 35 and up. Who knows Teen Titans? Our heart goes out to you. All the black characters have straight noses. Yep. Usually lighter skin tone. Yep. And the hair. Yeah, the hair is basically just like short, spiky hair, as opposed to like curly or kinky curly hair, which, yeah, it's not correct. I think you can tell that the illustrators in those moments haven't really drawn or attempted to do any kind of black characters before. So yeah, I gotta agree with that. Oh wait, I forgot. This isn't Aquaman's introduction. This was just a good little side scene. I think it was in the original movie. Like part of it was. Teen Titans is only popular because of the Cartoon Network show. I don't think it's only popular because of that, but I do think it was made a lot more popular by that. No shade, that's why I don't really feel repped when they do have black characters in comics, because none of them actually look like me or anybody else I know. That's a fair point to make there. I was asking, just Googled it, and no, sorry for the misunderstanding. Oh, okay. I can't do people of color character noses, I hate it. I mean, I feel like it shouldn't be that difficult. Like, just do a character reference. Just literally look up pictures of a black person or someone with not Eurocentric features. Just draw that. It's not that difficult. But I mean, that is part of the whole thing where it's like the ideal standard of beauty is very Eurocentric, you know, a straight thin nose, and I wouldn't say thin lips, but you know, full lips, like smaller ears, wavy hair as opposed to really, really curly hair. Like, there's just a lot of that that's still a part of media, and it's bullshit, but I think that's a major problem with it all. I think all black and brown characters have gotten lighter. There was a colorist who talked about whitewashing in comics. Have they all gotten lighter? I mean, I would like to do like a comparison of, you know, characters throughout the years to see it happen in real time. I'm sure there's already something out there of that. Did you call Dad, Michael? I talked to him the other day. Got into a bit of an argument, which I kept my cool in, about vaccines and everything, but, you know, whatever. The only black characters I genuinely feel represented by is Prodigy, T'Challa, maybe Riri Jones, since she's been genuinely correctly drawn. Yeah, that's true. Can you guys believe how much people hate Riri Jones? Like, I love the character, and everyone's like, she just copies all of Iron Man's tech, and she's so unoriginal, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I think she's fucking cool. Sorry. I'm glad she's getting her own Disney Plus show. Y'all can go suck a dick. Storm is definitely way more Eurocentric and whitewashed now. I mean, I believe it. Oh, Moon Girl. Moon Girl's fucking cool. What's her little companion's name? Or not little, but it's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, right? Have you ever seen white manga drawn on Instagram? He teaches illustrators how to draw black hair, especially braids, cornrows, fros, bantu knots. I have not, and I'm going to look that up for my own illustrations and drawings of my own. So why was Aquaman in one town in the middle of nowhere? I thought he could swim anywhere. I mean, like I said, I don't think the movie's perfect, and I do agree a lot of the scenes with him in those small towns, I'm like, I don't really see the purpose of this. It shows that he's, you know, like a man of the people, but there's not a huge correlation to it all. I did love this scene, though, with Willem Dafoe, where he's telling him, like, take the trident, like, please, you need to do this. I thought that was a great moment. Although I don't like Willem Dafoe with the really long hair. I see why Ray Fisher was upset that Joss Whedon cut his story to nothing. It really did, though. Like, he was so good in this movie, and they cut everything that was good about him. I just don't get it. Well, I mean, at this point, it does seem like it was kind of racist intentions, because he was so good in it. It never sat right with me that Moon Girl and Riri got all the hate in the world, while any other proteges just got skimmed over with all the hams. I agree. Like, I mean, look at Peter Parker. He is a fucking boy genius. Insanely smart. No one ever really bats an eye at that. But when Moon Girl and Riri Jones do, they're like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Like, they were too young. They would never be able to. I'm like, so why can Spider-Man do that? Like, it's genuinely, it's very biased. It's very blatantly racist, if you ask me. Even Lady Shiva and Talia al Ghul, who are both Asian, look fully white sometimes. Yeah, that's true. I do love Talia al Ghul. I think she's a cool character. But yeah, she is drawn very, very white. Maybe he liked the singing. Maybe he did. I mean, it sounds like some other people did enjoy that scene too. I thought it was really weird. I didn't like it, but if you did, cool. In terms of representation, I'm also happy with the Cyborg story, especially because behind the scenes they tried to sabotage it. Nobody wants to see an angry black man. Well, yeah, well, fuck him. It's a lot to be angry about. And it's Devil Dinosaur. I love that dinosaur too. He was fucking cool. He's really cute. Made the mistake of watching Dark Phoenix last weekend. Ooh, yeah, that was a very bad movie. I've seen some people try to defend it, and I'm like, nah, there's not much to defend in that movie. I'm sorry. It was so bad. That woman that sniffed his dirty hoodie. I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. I thought that was really weird. She's singing, and then she smells it, and then she keeps singing. I'm like, can we cut this, please? Like, I don't think this is important. Moon Girl is the smartest Marvel character now, right? I think they've established that, yeah. If it's not her, it's got to be Riri, but I think they've established that it's supposed to be Moon Girl, yeah. Meant BS 9 hams. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm so sorry you had to see that. Yeah, it was a bad movie. Very bad movie. Very bad movie. Either she is or has the potential to be, I'm pretty sure. I think they've already said at one point that she is. I'm pretty sure. I'm just glad this version has come out to let people know that Ray Fisher was in no way at fault. I completely agree. And they do love to blame the actors, and it just was not his fault. Again, even the actor that played Steppenwolf, I'm like, he did a great job. Like, I really liked the character. And they just cut all the things that made him interesting, and they cut all the things that made Cyborg interesting, and all the things that made the Flash interesting. And they even tried to cut all the things that made Wonder Woman interesting. Not as much, but they still did. Remember when Childish Gambino was talking about Miles Morales, like what weird about black Hispanic kid like in science? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, it's pretty clear where people are coming from, but no one actually explicitly says like, oh, a black character can't be that smart. They'll never actually say that, but it's kind of obvious when that's the pattern, you know? Liked how that song transitioned to Martha and you can't see creepy blonde girl anymore. I just think it should have transitioned much sooner. It was a decent transition, though. Dark Phoenix's training scene is the only thing you should watch from that film. Oh, the train scene. Even that, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just not really doing it for me. Because then when Nightcrawler just starts killing people, I'm like, where the fuck did this come from, dude? Like, it was really weird character choices in that movie. I was like, no, nope, no. Oh, here we go. Here's the flashback scene of all the gods coming together. This was a good scene in the original, and it was amazing in this movie. It was so cool. Oh, it was so cool. I'm sorry, I can't like look away from it right now. Like the men, the Atlanteans, the Amazonians, the Greek gods, so fucking cool. And the fact that it's Darkseid and not Steppenwolf makes so much more sense. It's so much cooler. So good. Oh, and I forgot about Hippolyta's crown. It looks fucking sick. The new Green Lantern, who is a black woman, got a lot of backlash because she was talked up to be the best detective in the universe. My thing is the same thing happened with Batman from the jump, but they're not going to allow her to show her chops or prove herself because comic fans found the words woke. Oh, yeah, I mean, anytime a lot of, or not anytime, but a lot of the times when a comic book, like major comic book fans find out like, oh, they're doing this to be like super woke right now, they just immediately hate it and don't ever give it a chance, which is very unfortunate. Ah, this was so cool. I'm sorry, this scene is so good. This is the version of epic that I like. It's really sick. I still think the anti-life equation is kind of dumb, but I never liked it in the comics either. I just think it's a little, I don't know, it's a little stupid, but you know, it's like it has its elements to it where I'm like, well, I guess that's kind of cool. Excuse me. I came for your cute face, but leave them for the spoilers. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. This is a spoiler conversation. I appreciate you coming in, though. I'm wondering about how much Aquaman spends on clothing. He just throws them off anywhere, and he always leaves a sad, pretty lady waiting by the shore somewhere. You know, someone's got to do it, I guess. I was so irritated when I had the torture of sitting through Dark Phoenix. Sophie Turner is a pretty good actress, but Jean's character just isn't for her. I agree. I do like Sophie Turner, but she just wasn't right for that role. She looked right for the role, but I don't think she played it very well. I love you, Sophie Turner, if you ever watch this. Notice the actor backlash are bigger against people of color. I mean, yeah. Again, it's highly convenient how there's always a pattern to that, you know? I think that weird singing scene is an example of where this cut would have benefited from a little tightening up. I agree. There are some parts I'm like, you didn't really need that, but a lot of the stuff that was cut from the movie did need to be there. Like I said, 3.5 hours, this movie could have been like, holy shit good, but it ended up just being like really, really good. Ciaran Hinds is one of the best actors. If you haven't watched Rome, I have not watched Rome. Let me look up this actor. Oh, I know the actor. He is very good. Is it bad that I just know him as Aberforth? I know he's been in a lot more. He's been in Game of Thrones. He's been in a lot of British movies. He was in The Woman in Black, actually. But yeah, he's a great actor. I have not seen Rome, though. Alright, but we do got to return the conversation to Justice League here. A little too much Marvel talk on the Snyder Cut discussion. But I'll continue through the comments so we can finish that conversation off. Especially Mystique's like you could visibly tell Jennifer didn't want to be there. Yeah, and that was a problem. That made me dislike Jennifer Lawrence quite a bit there for a while. I'm like, you agreed to do the role, do it justice. Like, don't be pissy because you have to do all the makeup. Like, you knew what the role was. And this scene is still going, and in a good way. Up there's Zeus. Fucking it up. Very cool. Oh, that does look like my other knee. Sorry, I'm trying not to skip shit. Aquaman is polluting the ocean with all this crappy polyester clothes. Oh, okay, that is one moment. I know they tried to make him badass, but it bothered me. How he like drank the alcohol and then threw the glass bottle, just like shattered it into the ocean. I was like, did you not just do this big scene about how you're trying to protect the ocean? Like, I know it's glass isn't like the worst thing, but you're still polluting here. Like that little moment bothered me. I was like, I feel like you just contradicted what you just said. Hey, Zeus is good looking. Why would I look away when I don't have to? I mean, I'm not even into women, but seeing all these badass warrior women is fucking cool. Like, everyone just looks so goddamn cool. It's always rejected, especially if they are new in the universe. The only reason why Storm is so loved is because she proved herself time and time again. Yeah. And it's also partially to do with what you guys were saying about how they drew her to have very Eurocentric features, and therefore people were able to, forgive it, so to speak, which is bullshit, but I think that's part of it. Tell me lies about coffee because I'm tired as fuck and not energized or awake. Coffee has never energized me or woken me up. For some people, it does. It has never worked on me. Yeah, I remember him on Game of Thrones as Mance. They fucked that character up, though. Like, in the books, he's so much more important. I remember the DC Twitter fiends had a field day when the South American Wonder Woman was announced. Oh, yeah, I remember that, too. Again, it's like, none of you even know who this character is, and you, like, why do you give a shit so much? Like, give it a chance. You might love it. But yeah, no, people just gotta be racist. I guess this is a bad drinking game. I gave all the reasons I didn't like it at the beginning. You're supposed to just take all your shots then, and then, just enjoy the shit now. I don't know what to tell you. I really liked the movie. I can't help it. I really thought this movie was gonna be a pointless cash grab, just a way for Zack Snyder to stroke his ego, and it was a way for Zack Snyder to prove I'm a dumb bitch, and this movie was actually great. But in terms of representation as a whole, we need so many more indigenous characters, like I can count them all on my fingers. That's very true. I feel bad saying it, but I don't remember the name of the character from New Mutants. She's the one who can, like, dream up her nightmares, create them, like, into reality. And she's a very cool indigenous character. But like I said, I don't even know the name of the character because there's not many of them out there, and they don't do a very good job making them the center of anything. Remember when Green Lantern was the strongest Justice League member, period? I mean, you could still argue that he is. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I think this is the Flash's introduction, and I loved it. I thought it was so good. Yes, it is. I love this scene, especially when he turns and he's moving so fast and, like, using his lightning and everything that he, like, rips his shoes off. That was fucking cool. Like, that was so good. And I love the actor, sorry, I really got to break that habit. I love the actor they picked to play Iris. She is so pretty, and she has a really, I don't even know what quality to describe. She has a certain quality about her that makes her, like, extremely endearing right off the bat. And I'm 99% sure there's only one Aboriginal hero who had one major role, and even then, he was in the background of another hero. Yeah. What do you think about the copyrighted music? I thought most of the music used was actually very, very good. Just occurred to me that you might not know that Syrian Hands played Steppenwolf. Oh, yeah, okay. I did know that, but it didn't connect with me. I forgot about that. I haven't read any of her comics officially, but her backstory is amazing. Was she blessed by the River Guard, or is she a demigod? I don't remember, actually. Let's enjoy the fireworks on the upcoming altar with Captain America. I don't think it's going to happen. Or, well, like I said, I mean, it is happening, but will it be good? We'll see. She's a demigod. Her father is the river god. Okay, that's right. That's right. He didn't even finish the bottle there. It was like a shot and a half. That's what I'm saying. I started to dislike Lawrence as a person after her gleefully telling the story about... Oh, I agree. That story about her talking about the sacred stone was very disrespectful. And I guarantee she meant it to be like an endearing, funny moment, and it just wasn't. It was really rude, really disrespectful. And I think it's a shame she's never come out and, like, really apologized for that, because it was very distasteful. And I think she just doesn't realize how distasteful it was, or just doesn't care. And either way, that's bad. Ah, that's so cool. Like, I'm sorry, him ripping off the shoes as he starts running, then he just pokes the glass open. Fucking sick. Flash will always be my favorite DC hero. So cool. I still don't like the blue lightning, though. Just make it yellow. Make it yellow-orange. And this is, like, perfect. And dye his hair blonde. But I could even get over the hair if they made the lightning yellow-orange. Don't copyright me, I swear to God. I have it quiet enough. Might just be alone on this, but I'd love for them to have at least one page to show different women within the multiverse with the Wonder Woman mantle derived from different gods. Ooh, that'd be really cool. That would be actually sick. I would love that. I remember hearing about them a long time ago. I didn't think the Joker scene was as cool as people made it out to be, or as it was hyped up to be. I thought it was cool, and I definitely like this version of the Joker way better than what we saw in Suicide Squad. But I still don't think it was like amazing, and I still don't like his laugh. I think that like I think that's a dumb laugh. I don't really like it. But most of what I saw there, I liked. I don't think it was incredible. Wait till your 30s. Coffee will work on you then. I never drank coffee. I don't think I ever will. And I am also almost 100% off of caffeine, so I don't think it's going to happen. I heard that if coffee doesn't wake you up, you might have ADHD. Oh, shit. There's a chance I could have ADHD. That's a definite possibility. Like, this was a moment of comedy that was really good, and I don't know why they cut it out. He's just like, in moments of crisis, I always bring a meat snack. And he's like playing with the dogs. It was so cute. A Hindi Wonder Woman. Ooh, daughter of Vishnu. That would be fucking cool. And I suppose the religion wouldn't quite allow for that, but come on, it would be sick. Danny Moonstar. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mirage. She's a cool character, and she never gets, like, nearly a big enough part. Or enough focus. Oh, and this scene was very good, very brutal. How they're, like, torturing the Atlanteans to get the location out of them. Like, that part right there where he just tosses the dude and you see just, like, cracks his head on the rocks. I was like, holy shit, dude. Maybe not fucking around. How about a Wonder Woman whose patron is Kali Yuga? Be cool. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but that would be cool. Drink a Red Bull while watching Justice League and I still need a nap. Red Bulls don't work on me either. Like, caffeine does not wake me up. And now I just don't drink caffeine, so. Iris West. I'm glad they got Kiersey Clemens. I am too. I think she, like, it was such a small part, but I loved it. Like, it was a great introduction. I'm not a geneticist by any means, but Aboriginals aren't black from my knowledge, just very Afrocentric features like broader noses, dark skin, and looser curls. I also don't know enough to say one way or another, so I'm curious to look forward to that. I look forward to reading more about that conversation. And a Hindu Wonder Woman who's daughter of Kali would be absolutely amazing. I think it would too. I think it would be very cool. Thank you, Zakia. They can be considered black, but they aren't at all, even though they have the same phenotype as us. I'm still just listening in, because I don't know nearly enough to make any comments. Aboriginal Australians are called black in Australia, so while they aren't African, they can be quite dark. Okay. And hello, Zakia. Isn't there a black Wonder Woman called Nubia? Yes, there is. I think she's in the movies, but she's always like a side character, which is disappointing, but she's there. And thank you, Cal. I don't like his laugh either. I just don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. I've always considered Aboriginals to be kinfolk, but I'm black native, so I identify in a slightly different way. That makes sense. I choose a dumb laugh over a sad laugh like Joaquin Phoenix's laugh. See, I think the sad laugh with Joaquin Phoenix was way better. Like, And I love the explanation of that laugh too, how it's like almost a nervous tic, like it's a disorder that he can't stop himself from laughing at like horrible things around him. I think that was really cool. But to each their own. We have really dark natives here in Asia too. As from what I think I know about it, I believe dark-skinned people in Asia are treated in a fairly shitty way compared to the lighter-skinned people. Although maybe that just depends on the country. I don't want to say Asia as a whole. Like, I don't like to make huge generalizations, but that's what I had gathered from it. Please feel free to educate me. Coffee don't wake me up. No, it's diagnosed with ADHD and it's really bad. No, my bipolar disorder is way worse. It's so hard having ADHD. I'm pretty positive I don't have bipolar disorder, but I could see myself having ADHD. I've just never been diagnosed. The fact that Lawrence didn't realize it, that type of ignorance makes me clump her in with Lena Dunham. Lena Dunham fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like her. Probably undeservedly. I mean, it's not undeservedly. It's just when people tell you like, hey, this is really offensive and you didn't realize it, then own up to it. Be like, look, I didn't realize how like offensive that was. I sincerely apologize and I'm going to, do everything I can to be better about it in the future. But the fact that she hasn't done that is pretty lame and tells me that she doesn't think that it was offensive when so many people are telling her like, yes, it is. Like, that's my culture and it's very offensive. But that blind spot as a white woman while being feminist, I mean, that's a blind spot for a lot of white feminists. During blackout, there was solidarity with Aboriginals posting selfies. Was that scene supposed to allude to Starro? I mean, was it? I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, I guess, because it is like a starfish looking thing, but maybe that was just like a little, I guess, yeah, I'm like a sort of allusion to it, but not really overtly saying like, oh, this is Starro. So yeah, maybe. Dani is an amazing character for sure. I remember when she had her storyline when she was a Valkyrie and there was a page scene of her trying to prevent a death. Oh, yeah. Very cool, very cool. Well, I'm a black native, so we're really out here, but I think a lot of people in the U.S. are slick native, but just don't know it. I mean, I know I'm certainly not. My family was rejected by native side because of their racism. My grandpa and dad, oh shit, and aunt experiences when they lived on reservation. I'm not registered in blood quantum and is BS. Again, I wouldn't know, but it's interesting to hear about. People don't realize black natives are way more common than they think. My dad's side has a huge amount of Cherokee and Creek. I thought they said Greek, I believe. Oh, yeah, the Muskogee. Sadly, it's bad here. We still have blackface on local TV. Ugh. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. Honestly, aside of me and my friends were talking to this Asian man who's not even that dark, but dark enough, and he was saying the N-word, and we were like, why are you saying that? And he was like, that's what the lighter Asians call him. Did you find it offensive that he used the word, or did you think about it differently because that's what other lighter skinned Asians called him? I'm curious. Jennifer Lawrence's family is pretty rich, like she grew up with a horse. I mean, yeah, I mean, she is. I wouldn't call her like fucking Donald Trump family rich or anything, but yeah, she's a lot richer than I was growing up. A lot richer than most people growing up. Oh, goddamn. This backstory for Cyborg is fucking heartbreaking. Like, it's really heartbreaking. And so good. It is so well written. It is so good. Why would they cut this? If you're from the South, I will literally die. We might just be cousins. I felt a type of way about it. Okay, so you did feel a type of way about it. was talking to my friend in China, Ningbo, today, and we were talking about anti-blackness in Asia. Interesting. Wasn't Starro Justice League's first comic villain? Is it? I want to say no, but it might be. My dad's from Oklahoma with the rest of his family in Detroit, but my mom is from Atlanta. Atlanta's the best. I still love Atlanta so much. 60% of commercials are whitening cream. That's not good. Doesn't whitening cream also not work? Honestly, we found it kind of funny because we didn't expect it, but me and my friend are kind of smart, so we already knew it was a colorism issue in Asia, so we heard him out. Okay. Sadly, calling darker brown Asians the N-word is prevalent here. Like, why? Like, is that something that has to be something that's bled into their culture from Western culture? Because the word originated here in the U.S., didn't it? Am I correct in saying that? I want to say the word originated here in the U.S., originally used as a slur, and then has slowly, over time, been taken back by black people. Obviously still used as a slur by many, but like that has to be a situation of like Western culture bleeding into like an Eastern culture, right? It's also because the language to talk about race and such is lacking, because a lot of people would be black in terms of color, but aren't black because we use the term as race African. Okay. No, it's been a weird thing to grapple with. Ow, motherfucker. I have backed BLM, but others are hella racist. Oh, I'm sorry, this scene is so good. I'm really into this conversation, but we're getting into the part of the movie where I'm like, it just starts getting just better and better, and God damn it, I really love this scene. The moment Cyborg is originally created, and he's like in, his mind essentially, just all the different things he could do. So fucking cool. I felt the type of way that he had to go through so much colorism, not that he said it. I get that. Changing the gears real quick. Favorite underrated superheroes. Mine is definitely Pixie for Marvel. Yeah, it's definitely not one of my favorites, but I can understand why it would be for you. Maybe some older Teen Titan member like Kid Devil or Zatanna's cousin. I'm trying to think of like an underrated superhero that I love. I feel like I'm kind of a basic bitch, and I do like the more popular ones typically. What's one that... Come on, what's one that's like super underrated that I really like? First Flight. Sorry, Cyborg is just so cool in this movie. Underrated superhero. I feel like, okay, hear me out on this one. Some people might think Constantine is not an underrated superhero. I think he's very underrated. So for DC, I think I would say Constantine. And for Marvel... Shit, man. Honestly, I would have to go with a Photon, like Monica Rambeau. Like, I know we just got her in the spotlight a bit more, but I feel like before WandaVision, there were a lot of people who had no idea who the fuck she was, and she's so cool. Like, she's so cool. But I also stand in solidarity and march for Asians. Yeah, the amount of Asian hate that's been going on, thanks to our lovely former president, it's been pretty shitty. Whitening cream most definitely works, but you'll definitely have a high chance of getting skin cancer or skin disease from an abundance of problems with skin cells that either die or damaged. So you're saying if I used whitening cream on the dark circles around my eyes, it would work, but I might get cancer? Because I'll take that risk. I don't want to get the name wrong, so let me just read it real quick. And hello, Sivi Vavurunan. Shit, I'm sorry. I tried to say it as fast as I could. I want to get the names right. Siva Varunan. Fuck. Can I just say Siva so I'm not being a dick? I want to get the full name right, though. Whitening cream does work, but it fucks up the skin if the person never stops using it. Plus, they look ashy all the time. I don't know why that just reminded me. I saw this kid walking around today when I was at the pool, and he walked by me, and I felt bad, but the first thing I noticed was his legs were like super ashy. And I was, obviously I didn't say anything, or I didn't make fun of him or anything for it, but I was just like, you need some moisturizer. Again, I'm like, I don't want to make fun of him for it or anything, but it was funny how that was like the first thing I noticed. They want to please white Americans. Apparently they praise them and view darker skin as dirty or poor, so it depends. Sometimes they view black people as like celebrities or something. That's an odd dichotomy right there. Weird way it makes sense. I mean, it shouldn't, but in a weird way it makes sense. So they never seen us, so it depends on the place. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It's like an almost weird kind of like attraction to see someone you've never, or not never seen before, but don't see often. Thoughts on Flash rewinding time? That was my favorite part of the whole movie. That was incredible. I love that part of the movie. I thought it was really, really cool. I'm the only one who wants to stay in this Snyder Cut hype moment. I mean, bring us on back. Just keep bringing us back. Anyone who's a fan of the channel should know at this point, my discussions are usually all over the place. I let the comments kind of control where we go with it. My super underrated fave is Saturn Girl. Okay. That's a good one. Fall Off Boy. Alright, alright. Constantine has had the come up in recent times, but he's definitely underrated. Thank you. Seems like a lot of magic users are really underrated. I agree. I feel like Doctor Strange is not underrated anymore. Honestly, like, thanks to the movies, but before that, yes, certainly. And Raven, I wouldn't say she's like super underrated, because I mean, if you're a fan of Teen Titans, a very large portion of the fan base finds her to be their favorite. I mean, that for me, she's my favorite out of the Teen Titans, because I fucking love Raven. But anyways, I agree with Photon Spectrum, but I also love Shooty's Black Panther. I do too, but I mean, I guess that would be a very underrated one. There's not like a huge amount of people that are like, oh, when Shorty becomes Black Panther, that's like the greatest. And I do really love her as Black Panther. And as unfortunate as the circumstances are, I cannot wait to see her as Black Panther in Black Panther 2. I'm honestly so annoyed with the Asian hate. It's literally so petty and stupid. Like, they're attacking Asian people for literally no reason. I mean, it's literally just blind hate. They're like, I can't even figure out a way to justify it. Like, this virus, like, I don't know, even if you're going with conspiracy theories and bullshit like that, where they're like, oh, it was created intentionally by China and then released around the world to fuck everyone up. It's like, okay, so how does the person of like Indonesian descent living in New Jersey have literally anything to do with that? But here we are. Siva's all right. Siva's all right? Okay. Sorry. I wanted to get the full name, but I was having a little trouble with it. And that don't sit right with me, because where the fuck was they at when we was getting attacked during the Ebola thing? That is a very good point. Very good point. Some younger relatives in America are afraid to go out now. Oh, that's really lame. Like, not only do you have to worry about the actual virus, but you have to worry about people blaming you for it when you have literally nothing to do with it. It's bullshit. Dark circles are caused by your blood vessels, thin skin, not your skin whitening cream wouldn't work for that. Fuck. God damn it. Reason A to why I hate pools. If you put on lotion before getting in, you're all slimy, but if you don't, you look like you're dusted in baby powder. Oh no. I didn't even think about that, but that's true. I think I would prefer to just be slimy at that point. Like, I don't know. I hate dry skin. Like, the feeling of dry skin is shitty. I don't like it. And I have fairly dry skin, actually. My elbows get, can you say a white person can get ashy? Like on their elbows? Or I guess anywhere? I don't want to sound super offensive. I really don't know. My elbows get very dry. I'll just say that for now. Now it's deadly and not just petty. I agree. It's getting very serious. What really made me mad was how many black men were hurting old Asians. Yeah, obviously those are the videos that are featured the most, and I'm sure it's obviously not just black men who are doing it, but yeah, it was very disappointing to see that. And this was in the original version of the Justice League movie, you know, Batman and Flash's introduction. And I feel like it's one of the scenes that's not changed very much at all. And it worked pretty well in the original, and it works well here. Definitely not one of my favorites, but it's all right. Sorry, I had to jump back into that conversation for a moment. The Asian hate has sadly increased 717% here in Vancouver. Yeah, mainly because of Orange Turd and his slurs. I mean, yeah, who the fuck, like, who's the one who got the phrase China virus going? Exactly, like that did irrevocable damage. It was, speaking of, it's a weird tangent, but do people say irrevocable or irrevocable? Are those actually the same word or not? Sorry, I don't mean to like deter from that point. It's just I was curious. But yeah, he fucked over so many people by the things he would do and say. And there's still so many people who are like, he didn't do anything. I'm like, yeah, to you because you're white and you're middle class or whatever. Like, fucking it irritates me so much. Sorry, I'm getting a little behind, but I'm trying to read all the comments. But the entirety of Asian hate just pissed me off because it's almost always an attack on the elderly, and I don't mean to generalize or stereotype, but 9 times out of 10, Asian people are not very confrontational due to some cases of upbringing. That's a very, excuse me, very good point. I love Constantine on CW, Legends of Tomorrow. He was on Legends of Tomorrow? I didn't even know that. I only watched like 3 episodes of Legends of Tomorrow. Oh, I think that was a moment of CGI in the movie I think looked very fake, but there's not a whole lot of those moments. It was just when Batman is like driving his new car off like onto the freeway. I thought it looked very CGI, but still. I didn't mean the hype moment comment in relation to where the discussion is going, just like in life. Oh, I see. No, it's all good. It's all good. My whole thing is it just makes no sense. Why would a black person really do this? I feel like it's the ignorance and wanting attention for me. I mean, that's probably a very large part of it. But we getting blamed for 2 people. Exactly. It's like, you know, that's the video that like gets really circulated through because it pushes other certain very racist narratives. But it's still unfortunate that it happened in the first place. But yeah, I totally agree with you. Also, it's the same with all people of color lumping Asian as one gestalt entity. I mean, lumping any race or group of people together, it's just going to lead you to problems. Like, every person is different. And obviously there are some groups that all have the same ideologies, and there are reasons in very specific circumstances to group certain people together, but a vast majority of the time, it's not a great idea to lump a whole group together. Now, white people, on the other hand, I'm just saying. But I will not get over when I saw some news site having an article titled "How Black People Can Help with the Asian." Something I forgot. Like, it's literally just a dividing tool for people of color. I mean, it absolutely is. Like, they know what they're doing, and it absolutely is. Did anyone see the story of the youngish white guy that tried to beat some Asian granny and beat the tar out? I did see that, actually. I did. And again, that's one that doesn't seem to be circulating as much. What's up, CVB? Yeah, it's got to be the blueprint and voice for everybody, though I have no issue speaking for Asians in oppression, period, but we always stick out our neck to get hate and blame by white people. That's absolutely true. I've heard that vitamin K eye creams works for dark circles. I've tried so many eye creams. Nothing fucking works. It's just so ingrained in my genes that I don't think it's ever going to be fixed. Not even Asians or other people of color. Don't worry, I have super dark circles too. I've always had them. Genetic present from my dad's side. That's what I'm saying, man. Genetics, they fucked us. Yeah, and it sucks because I know black people get generalized. So to see comments on Rice Feed and Next Shark attacking all black people, but then when a white person does it, they're individualized. Exactly. It's like one black person does something and they're like, look at how fucking horrible black people are. And then one white person does it and they're like, look at how horrible this or no, not even that. They're like, look at how troubled this single individual is. It's like, interesting how that works. Again, interesting pattern there. Oh, that was a great line there too from Cyborg. Fuck the world. I love that this is R-rated. And yes, white people can get very ashy and it looks crazy. Get your loads. Alright, I will. Use tea bags, work on the eye circle. I've tried it, and it does not seem to work for me. Those pages are so anti-black and dividing, especially the comments. I have yet to see a page like that actually do good. Flaky or cracked. I mean, I guess that works too, yeah. Just makes me mad because I want to support. No, yeah. Same word, I usually say it with a long O, like Vogue. What? Sorry, just in time, I don't quite know what you're talking about. I think the main difference between blacks and Asians are most blacks in America are born here and we know our history. Most Asians are immigrants or firstborn citizens and don't know the history. See, even, I don't want to say something that's like not true, but I feel like there's plenty of Asian families who have been here for multiple generations. But like I said, I don't know enough about it. I don't want to make any generalizations or statements when I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I feel like that's a major problem with, I don't know, like fake woke people when they're just like, oh, I know everything about this. It's like, being ignorant isn't like an attractive quality, but it's less attractive to pretend like you know what you're talking about when you fucking don't. Like, I think it means more to admit when you're ignorant about something and then learn from it. Asians and black people are literally one and the same. In a sense, we relate more than any other people of color, but we are also opposites. I could see that. That was NBC's craziness that doesn't even hold themselves accountable for what happened with Gabrielle Union. Oh, yeah. Basically, Asian Americans have to have a wake up about racism where black folks don't, while being gaslit about being the model minority. I can see that. Again, I don't want to make any statements when I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I can see that. The introduction of the atom. Finally got to him. A lot of Asians are very non-confrontational and calm and collected, whereas we as black people grow up having to be hostile and confrontational and tough and gangster to feel big. I see it, but I also see very different things for many people. Or to feel strong and protected. She just kicked off America's Got Talent a while ago. Oh, really? Can you elaborate on that? Because it sounds like you're saying black people aren't oppressed. I could be wrong, though. I didn't get that vibe off of what they were saying, but I mean, yeah, feel free to elaborate. So disappointed in black people for hurting Asian people, and it's such a complicated and painful issue too between our communities historically. I know in the States as well as in my country. I mean, it seems like a lot of the hate kind of goes both ways in many cases, just from what I've seen, and I mean, it's lame either way. Do we get a sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League? I want to see Darkseid. I hope we do get a sequel to this, honestly. After seeing this, I'm like, I would love to see the next part in this story. Zack Snyder's, at least this part of the story, was very good. Oh yeah, this was in the original. This was too. Oh, I totally forgot that Commissioner Gordon was introduced in this movie, and it was J.K. Simmons. There were so many other parts about it that were so good that kind of blends into the background a bit. So hypocritical new title. How can white people dismantle white supremacy? I mean, it's a better title. Maybe just embrace the eye circles and wear eyeliners all the time. I guess I could do that, but I tried eyeliner one time and I am so skittish around my eyes that I can't apply it. It like freaks me out having something that close to my eyeball. Minority opinion, love the eye bags. Well, I appreciate it. Your voice cracks. Are you going off like cream? Okay. Sometimes it just cracks. I never fully finished puberty, I guess. I also did have an insane migraine today, so maybe I'm just a little tired. Does not want anything to hint at his vampirism. I'm not a vampire. Unless. I'm not saying that black people are oppressed. What I'm saying is we know about it's nothing new, and we have the language to tell our kids what's up. Asians don't have that. But is that true? I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is. I like the discussion. I don't mean to be that girl, but why is it that it's for black people, but we can't just be that one black guy or girl like you putting us in one when growing up? I've been profiled. I mean, that's also very, very true. It always seems like the actions of like one black person, or honestly, I would even say like any minority, is used as like, oh, that's what the whole group of people is like, even though there's so much diversity in that group. I mean, I feel like even on a lesser scale, maybe not even a lesser scale, but maybe it is, even with like the LGBT community, like if a gay person does something like really shitty or evil, like then a lot of people will use that as an excuse to be like, see, look how evil and shitty all the gay people are. And it's like, that's one person, man. Oh, this was a good scene. This is when Mira does the blood bending. This is so much longer in this version, too. It was so much better. Mistreated by a lot of Asian people, but I'm not saying Asian people. Okay, I see what you mean. I still want to understand what you mean, but you're saying you're just disappointed isn't fair whatsoever, because why is it that black people are the root of the problem when Asian colonization? Also, very good point. Irrevocable, I usually say it with a long O. Irrevocable, but I think both are okay. Okay. Well, personal experience, I didn't know about Black American history until I went out of my way to learn about it. I mean, that's also the same for me, because, you know, I grew up very much, I almost said in white culture, but there's really not much white culture. I mean, there is no such thing as white culture. You can have like German culture or Irish culture or something like that, but white culture, I suppose you could say white culture is colonization, but yeah, I have the same experience of I didn't know much anything about Black American history. I had to go out of my way to learn it myself because it's not taught in schools, wasn't taught to me by my family. In Asia are at an all-time high. God damn it, I'm sorry, this scene is so fucking cool. They made Steppenwolf so much better. Oh, and like the blood in the water too. I forgot about that. It's so sick. And again, his fucking axe has the orangish yellow lightning. Why couldn't you have done that for Flash instead? In Asia are at an all-time high, and Africans were literally forced out of public places and attacked in their home countries. I just feel you needed to phrase that better. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I had to connect it with the other comment, my bad. I'm gonna say it, black people have it hardest. We got the shortest end of the stick. We get it on a worldwide scale, and it even spins into our own community and leaks into others, but that's my POV. Oh, here she goes. She's pulling the blood out of his face. It's so cool. That's badass. But anyways, back to the more serious conversation. Again, as a white person, it's really hard for me to say like who's got it the worst, because I've experienced most of my life as being the race that's had it the best. The only amount of discrimination or minority types experiences I have is being gay, and the fact that I'm white and very straight passing to most people. I don't get it a whole lot, but I mean, I've had my own experiences, so it's difficult for me to say, who I think's had it the worst. It's not really my place to say, I guess I should say. I don't remember all this in Justice League. Are you talking about our conversation, or what I've been saying about the movie every so often? Because this fight scene with Aquaman, ooh, it's a pretty good one. Oh no. There are definitely Asian people that have been in the U.S. for 5 or 6 generations, but there was legislation in the late 1800s to limit Japanese and Chinese citizenship until the 1960s. A good point. That is a good point. Have you tried orange color corrector with BB cream? I've definitely used BB cream before, but I don't think I've tried an orange color corrector. Is that just makeup? Because I don't want to hide it with makeup. I want to fix it. I really can't put eyelashes on because I'm scared of putting stuff around my eyes. I'm saying it fucks with me for me to be like, like getting that close. I'm like, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. You didn't get that from the Parademons and the Steppenwolf storyline? Oh, okay. I do kind of agree with restoring the Snyderverse now. I was very doubtful, but this movie made a believer out of me. Asian parents can tell their kids, but they choose not to because in households and cultures like many Asian cultures, they're taught more things are important. But is that the case with every Asian household? Don't worry about it, Angel. Like I said, I'm very much into this conversation. This is a time for us all to learn and talk about it. When my mother spoke to me about how we were getting killed in these streets for no reason, I literally bawled my eyes out for hours, and my mom told me don't cry or feel guilty about something I didn't do. I mean, I think that's a good lesson to learn, don't cry or feel guilty about something you didn't do, but I also think it's a fair reaction to feel that kind of grief for other people that have really gotten the short end of the stick. And when you're also getting the short end of the stick, Don't know how to tag, unconscious. Oh, I think you just did. Very valid. I feel the same way. It's individuals doing it, but I think we can't neglect the history between our communities when it comes to this issue. Okay. I feel like Asian Americans have sort of just blended to avoid violence and hate in America, especially after World War II. I feel like you could say that's true. There's a lot of Asian generations in America who have like really tried to blend in and like assimilate with like Western, or again, I don't want to say white culture because there's not really white culture, but you know what I mean there, to avoid that kind of hate. European cultures is a lot of white culture. American white people just don't have that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, as a white American myself, I don't have like a culture of my own, but like my heritage of being German and English, I suppose you could consider my culture. That being said, both have very problematic cultures and histories. Oh, this was actually one part of the movie I still didn't quite like. How when he got the first mother box, it creates that like dome of like red energy. I still think it's a little dumb, but at least it doesn't last throughout the final act like it did in the Justice League version. I live in an area where there are a lot of Asians and there was a lot of tension. Some of the white people I knew would talk shit about the Chinese kids talking in Cantonese. Well, that's... I still don't understand why people get upset like when other people speak in different languages in America. It's like, Are you just mad because you don't know what they're saying? Like, get the fuck over it. Is Reverse Flash going to be in Flashpoint movie? I sure hope so. I don't typically like villains that are like the same power set as the hero, but Reverse Flash is definitely an exception for me. I fucking love Reverse Flash. Express what I was struggling to say for the last 10 minutes. Thank you both. It's okay to call out Asian anti-blackness and recognize that anti-Asian hate is going on in America. Yeah. Won't work without Reverse Flash. I mean, yeah, you gotta have Reverse Flash, man. It's a really cool villain. Being black, I could see the racism all around me, but the Asia kids didn't make a big deal about it. Okay. Me getting red lights and having them on red and blue to emulate Michael. The red and blue lights look cool, okay? I like my red and blue lights. Orange color correctors, makeup, like I think outside of laser treatments, there's not much that you can do. Well, I guess I just gotta deal with it. People can think I have cancer all they want. And to everyone who's just like, you don't look like you have cancer, I have gotten comments on my videos before where people are being assholes and they're like, lol, this YouTuber has cancer. And like, obviously they're just trolling, but it's also like, because I have the dark circles on my eyes and people probably know that's a sore point for me. And they're like, let's make them mad. So I'm just saying. Reverse Flash is very underrated and cool villain. I feel like it's not underrated. Like, I feel like a lot of people like Reverse Flash. Maybe he's underrated, I don't know. But it's a very cool villain. CW Flash series, the one villain always come back. That one villain Flash couldn't stop. And the best one. I don't like how in the Flash show, literally fucking everyone has access to the Speed Force at some point. But Reverse Flash is so cool. Me too, Raimi. Due to a proximity to whiteness, there's a difference in how East Asians are treated by white America, aka model minority myth. There's an embrace of racism against black and brown people. I see that, yes. Who would you cast as Snyderverse Reverse Flash? I do not know, actually. I don't have a good answer for that. I really don't. Because for the most part, the casting for the Snyderverse has really taken me by surprise. And in some cases, I'm not the hugest fan of it. In some cases, I think it's perfect. I'm still not the biggest fan of Ben Affleck as Batman. But I think like Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman is great. A little iffy on Jason Momoa as Aquaman, just because I think he plays the character very differently than I envision him. But I think Ray Fisher as Cyborg is like perfect. So, I really don't know. Love Asian people though. My dream is to get married to a Yakuza member. Well, you'll never get fucked with. Agreed, and also call out racism in our own communities too. I mean, calling out racism, no matter where it's coming from, I think is very important. This is such a good scene. It works so much better in this movie. Like, seeing them start to slowly team up is just so much more satisfying in this version. See, CVB? See? I'm not gonna ban you. Oh, that's right. Okay, I saw that fan casting. Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander, he would be a great Reverse Flash. That would be great. I'm not saying we're the root of the problem. What I mean is a black person. It hurts when I see a black person hurting an Asian person in the middle. No, yeah, I see where you're coming from there. Oh, but that means you do. Maybe that is Starro. I don't know. Sorry, I'm still thinking about that. Have you seen Dallas Buyers Club? Watched last night, cried like a bitch. I mean, I've definitely seen it a couple times, and yeah, it's one of the most sad movies I've seen. It's incredibly depressing. I'm sorry, the scene is so good. This is a great action sequence, and it's like it was decent in the theatrical version, and it's just so much better here. Wonder Woman in particular in this scene like really stands out to me. And the classic Wonder Woman theme, which is still super iconic, super good. I'm glad you get to hear it a couple times in this movie. Anyways, generalization will literally get us anyway, but more divided. Yeah, I mean, it really will. I also get into a lot of fights with my family over calling out racism when I see it, or just ignorance in general when I see it. And then, you know, my whole conservative side of the family is just like, you're the problem. You just want to have a problem with everybody. I'm like, I just want you to not be fucking racist or ignorant or an asshole. But sure, I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Anyways. Is Flashpoint still happening? I keep hearing it's halted. It's been delayed a lot, but it's still happening. Although I hear it might not be Flashpoint. Like, it's going to be a Flash multiverse storyline, but very different from the Flashpoint storyline that we might be expecting. I grew up with racist cousins and I refuse to be in touch with any of them for the last 15 years. I'm trying my best to try again to get my family to realize so many of the racist or really ignorant tendencies that they have, and they're not getting it. Like, I'm trying to be so patient, but it's so difficult. Asian community and black community have been so tight, but also we beef even more. Anti-blackness from Asians always affected me, but there's definitely been some anti-Asian behavior. All right. Sorry, I swear I'm reading them all. I'm just trying to speed through a little bit right now. Think Wonder Woman deserves another shot? I do. I really like Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. I didn't absolutely despise Wonder Woman 1984 like a lot of other people did, but I think it could have been much, much better, and I think she deserves another shot at the character with Wonder Woman 3. Or another Justice League movie, whatever. Aquaman's one-liners are so epic. I mean, I wasn't like a huge fan of them, but they were pretty good. Yep. Understood the reason for the tension before COVID too. I say we form Rainbow Coalition too. Should. More importantly, does director Patty Jenkins deserve another movie? I don't want to shit on Patty Jenkins, but I think she took her shot, didn't work out. I think maybe let someone else give it a shot. I think Gal as Wonder Woman. I like Gal as Wonder Woman. I want a third movie, even though the second wasn't the best. Yeah, thank you, Angel. It's completely what I agree with. That's exactly my stance. Have this weird image of Michael dancing to My Humps after his reaction to Falcon and the Winter. My Humps. I'm trying to. I know the song. I'm just trying to think of the melody to it right now. For some reason, it's not popping up in my head. My lovely lady loves. Is that what we're talking about? I really liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I thought it was really good. Good first episode. And I like that they're discussing racism in a Marvel project. Again, not as overtly as I really, really wish they would. But the fact that they're even attempting to shows that Marvel is taking some steps to be a little bit more risky. Still much more safe than other franchises, but that's something. Wonder Woman flew in Wonder Woman 1984, but she didn't in Justice League. There's a moment in Justice League it looked like you could argue is flying, I think. I feel like the root of all our problems as people of color is the overgeneralization of a bad experience and believing along with playing into stereotypes that oppression have beat into us. So when we all get over all that, then the fabled person of color solidarity we all wish for. I mean, that's the goal. The second to last comment is kind of what I was aiming at too. Oh, okay. I think Wonder Woman sequel would be good with Gal, and yes, Patty would be okay, but it has to be better than Wonder Woman 84. I think they should let another director give it a try. Maybe that's a little harsh, but I think it might be time to give it just another shot. Ooh, that was badass. Ooh, Wonder Woman is so badass in this scene. One thing that doesn't get talked about is while blacks are segregated from whites in schools, so were Hispanics and Asians, but it's not really talked about. Wasn't it Board v. Brown was a great equalizer. Pedro Pascal was well acted in Wonder Woman 84. I mean, I don't want to say like well acted, but I like what he did with the character a lot. Sorry, I'm watching Wonder Woman be fucking boss. Cool. That's exact issue. When we fight white supremacy, we all win. I mean, white supremacists certainly don't, but fuck them, right? Not to sound like an edgy 13-year-old, but damn, sometimes it's hard not to just give up on humanity. I feel you. There are some days you see certain things and you're like, man, we're so fucked. It's never gonna get better. And then there are some days you see some things and you're like, finally, like, yes, that's a step in the right direction. You know. Came close to giving up on humanity at several points in my life. Oh, fuck. Sorry. It keeps jumping around on me. I'm trying not to skip comments. Promise I'm reading them all. Something I would say if I was an edgy 13. I went from saving one family to saving the whole world. I do agree with that. Like, the way they used Flash in the finale was like, oh, look, he saved this family. Isn't that great? And then in this one, he literally saved the entire planet. So yeah, they did him wrong in the original. Very similar to how they did Cyborg wrong in the original. I just saw Queen and Slim and think they would give Melina Masukas a superhero budget and see what she can do. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Oh, Misha Green. Karen Kusama. Honestly, I would love to see what Misha Green would do with a Wonder Woman movie. I have like all the faith in the world for her after Lovecraft Country. And they'll be able to eventually. I remember when Adele had braids in during that carnival, the stuff I saw in comments was just so frustrating. Like, on one hand, there were Africans speaking of slavery as if that was somehow our fault, and the other were, hey, he's going on about the stupid no water and other ignorant standard stuff. I remember that being a moment, but I also remember, I want to say I don't remember how I felt about it. Like, it was a conflicting situation where I was like, I don't really know like what side I should be taking on this. Thank you, Simtown. What do you think about Emilia Clarke playing Meta role instead of Amber Heard? Oh, we were discussing that earlier, actually. I would be okay with it. I think Emilia Clarke is a very good actor, so I think she could do it. And I hate Amber Heard, so I wouldn't hate it. Can I see you Vogue like Laomi before this is over? I'm not even close, and I haven't practiced, so no, but maybe someday. Can I say Afro-Caribbeans and Latina are always on the sidelines just watching from afar? In what context? Probably already said this, but what is your opinion on Aquaman? In this movie, I feel like it's not, I don't know, it's not great. Like, I don't see the huge purpose of him being in all of this, but I think what's there is decent. God, Steppenwolf looks so much better in this fucking version. It's insane. Vogue stream is a go at some point in my life. For example, when I read an article about the Vatican saying that it can't bless a sin, talking about the same-sex union in the comments were sharing the Vatican. Wait, what? The fact that same-sex unions are still considered sinful by anybody is fucking bullshit, in my opinion. Shazam and Black Adam on Snyderverse, right, or different universe? Right. They could do it. I mean, Zack Snyder proved in this movie that he can do comedy well. Like, he could do Shazam well. And he can do the really dark shit for Black Adam, like, really well. So, I think it would work. I'd be curious to see how he would do it. I believe that is part of reparations for black people, just like Jewish people have an opportunity to go to Israel. Black people should have the opportunity to go to Africa, fully funded by the government. I think that's a good... I think that would be a very important thing to be made possible. There was a line in Atlanta that resonated a lot with me, or not like with me, but it made me think a lot about it, where Donald Glover is talking to this like very fake woke rich white guy, and he's saying, you know, like, what's your culture, you know, you need to go to Africa and learn about your culture and everything, and Donald Glover is like, well, there's this crazy thing called slavery that happened, and my entire like cultural identity was wiped out, so I don't know where I come from, man. And in the show, he's obviously like super fucking poor and has no means of actually going to Africa and learning about any of that shit, so I thought it was a very interesting point that was brought up in the show. There's most definitely a cultural difference between us. Personally don't like that Adele had braids because it's definitely cultural appropriation, but I'm big on perspective, so maybe somewhat... Oh shit, where's your other part of your comment? I could see that as cultural appreciation, so I just left the situation alone. I mean, the thing she said about it made me think, okay, maybe she gets it, and maybe she's just trying to bring awareness to certain things, but... At the same time, I feel like there are certain things where, as much as I don't want to say it, it's like, sometimes you need to stay in your own lane. Sometimes it's just not your place to really be discussing something or like bringing it to other people's attention, I guess. I don't know. It was a complicated one. I still don't exactly know where I stand on it. Ooh, cool moment with Darkseid. Oh yeah, in this moment when Steppenwolf like removes his armor as soon as he sees Darkseid, he's like, oh shit. Hello. I feel like the Dabra shit comes back every 6 months or so. That's kind of what I mean when I say black issues online never evolve. Yeah, I see that. The Aquaman movie. I thought the Aquaman movie was okay. I didn't think it was great. A lot of people seem to really like it. I think Black Manta was the best part about that movie, and for some people that seems to be like the worst part about that movie. But overall, I thought it was okay. In the context that Africans and African Americans always go to war with each other, while Afro, Middle Eastern, Afro-Latina, and Afro-Caribbean just watch disappointed. Oh, okay, I get you. I could see that as cultural appreciation, so I just left the situation. Okay, I already read that. I said that as an example of times I felt like just giving up on people. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Why Darkseid need to come back on to Earth to get anti-life equation? Why couldn't he remember the equation? Maybe because he almost died? I don't know. Maybe a slight plot hole there. Next stream, you need to watch the Ashley Icon tribute. She created the form Vogue that Naomi, Mika, and Katrina used called Dramatics. Well, maybe I will then. It's called a dip. I'll always refer to it as a death drop just because the name is funny to me. But I'm glad to know that it's called a dip. Sound like there isn't really any problems with any people of African descent besides Africans and African Americans. Okay, but also to find out where exactly we come from because I wouldn't know which African country to go to. Yeah. The government did offer free blacks to go back to Africa, and there was some problematic there issues in Liberia to this day. When did the government ever offer anything for free to black Americans? We get free genetics tests. Oh, good point. That's solid. I had a similar conversation with this teacher of all people back in high school because I was pretty upset that we didn't have any material to do during Black History Month. I mean, how do you not even have material to cover 1 month of the year? That Omega Beam scene was so great. Can't wait to see Darkseid use it. I mean, I can't wait either. That was a nice little tease with the Omega Beams. Because I remember, I don't know why in the comics the Omega Beam seemed kind of weird to me. I was like, meh. Seems a little too OP. Seems a little weird. But seeing it in the movie, I was like, oh shit, dude, that was really cool. Another solid Cyborg scene where he's explaining how the mother box ended up with humans. Love the Aquaman movie? Yeah, I didn't love it. I just thought it was okay. Was it permanently as a way of deportation? Okay, I was like, that doesn't sound like America to be like, oh yeah, we'll totally let you have a trip back to Africa. But it does make more sense for them to be like, sure, we'll give you a trip back to Africa, but you ain't coming back. That sounds more like our government. Aquaman had low expectations, so I think that's why people like it. That's probably somewhat true. I went into it with low expectations, but still came out of it just like, it was okay. Like, it was alright. To be fair, though, most of the time I don't let my expectations for something dictate what I think of the overall movie. Obviously, I'm human, and that's not always the case, but yeah, I still just think it was okay. They basically told me very condescendingly, but without malice. I don't believe that if I wanted to learn more about African and African American history, I needed to take African studies in college. Jesus Christ. For real, you should have reported his motherfucking ass. Like the Aquaman movie, it was fun. Black Manta was awesome. Really enjoying the chat, but I gotta get some rest so I can watch Justice League. Good night, just in time. Thank you for enjoying the chat. If I had $1 for every time Naomi went off when people called it a death drop, I'd be drinking wine with Elon Musk. Should I say it? If I ever get a chance to meet Naomi, should I say death drop just so I can get like yelled at by her? Just to see what it feels like. I don't know if my heart can take it, so maybe I shouldn't. U.S. government offer a free ride back to Africa in the early 1800s. Oh, of course. Like, hey, you can go back. Fucking A, man. Oh, good night, Aubrey. Wait, what did you say? Oh, no, wait. I don't think Aubrey's going to bed. Are you? The only part of Aquaman that I liked was Patrick Wilson as Orm. I would look at him all day. I didn't really like Orm that's okay, that's not true. I like the character. I liked a lot of things that happened with the character. But that hairstyle really bothered me. Like, it really bothered me. And I know some people think it's a cool idea, but I did not like the fin thing. I thought it looked dumb. That's just me. The Free Blacks didn't want to come back. Oh. Patrick Wilson can swim on me anytime. He's okay. I think you all know my type at this point. I think he's a handsome guy, but he's not my type. You're not human, you're a vampire. Okay, fine, whatever. You saying vampires aren't humans? That's very discriminatory. When is your next skit dropping? I haven't done skits since like high school, honestly. I should do another one. It's so hard to write good comedy though. It's much harder than people think it is. Don't you dare tell to go extra hard on you because you should know better. I know, but sometimes, is it weird that sometimes I feel like I deserve to be like bitched at and like, I don't know, maybe that's just like some self-hate on myself, but sometimes I feel like I kind of need it. Alright, thank you, Too Cool Dancing. I didn't like it either. I did not like it. I don't know what your type. Cal, we had a whole conversation in the last stream. Weren't you there? Someone in here. Post the guy who played, what's his fucking name? Who played Deathstroke in Arrow. Like, that is my type. I felt bad for Steppenwolf when he was punched and lasered by Superman. I weirdly felt a little bad for him, too. Like, he was evil, but he was, like, trying to find redemption, and he was such a pawn. Heavy-duty hair gel. Well, that was the other thing. I'm like, you're underwater. How is it, like, staying like that? I think Zeus is his type. Zeus isn't even quite as thick as I would like. My type is not old men. There's some old men that I'm into. And Cal, you got to get in on this. Here we go with the Lois and Martha scene, which was much better in this version of the movie. And it ended with the really cool reveal of Martian Manhunter, which I was like, hell yes. Old buff, man. Not necessarily buff, but yeah, I am. Zack Snyder gives me old douche daddy vibes. I definitely need a few drinks, but I'd throw down. I mean, I would hook up with Zack Snyder. Okay, stop telling people to search Rocco Steele. I'm like not trying to get people to look up porn. Steppenwolf was destroying worlds for the D. I don't think he was. Henry is his type, and maybe Joe Manganiello. Maybe Joe Manganiello. Are you kidding me? Joe Manganiello way over Henry Cavill. Will we ever get him as Deathstroke again? I hope so. He fits that role really well, I think. I still remember that stream of everybody looking at Rocco Steele. Exactly. I was like, stop. I'm going to get in fucking trouble over this shit. You ain't got to get nobody to look it up willfully. Well, that's the point. Well, not a lot of you, but I'm sure some of you are not old enough to. And yeah, Joe Manganiello. Whoo! Sofia Vergara is like the luckiest woman alive. Sorry, I have to watch the Martian Manhunter reveal again. I love it. The character design is so good. Yes. Like so cool. So dope. You better not be 7. I'd love to play D&D with Joe Manganiello. I would too. I find it very endearing that he actually played D&D. Stop telling me to Google gay porn stars. I am not telling you to. I'm telling you not to. Is Green Lantern going to get a movie or series? He or they better, because Green Lantern, the many versions of Green Lantern are fucking cool. Sophia's son is cute too. I don't even know what their son looks like. New Zealand actor Manu Bennett is his. Oh yeah. Yes. Thank you, Noah. CVB, take your toddler ass to bed. I have so much makeup coming, I gave all my money to Jeffree Star. No, don't give your money to Jeffree Star. Fuck that asshole. I mean, if you want good makeup, fair enough, but not to Jeffree Star, man. Like, fuck that asshole. That reveal threw me off for a second because I didn't realize that was what they were setting up at. Me either. I didn't know that character was Martian Manhunter. Because he was in Man of Steel, and I was just like, what? Not that Ryan Reynolds one. Well, yeah, no, not the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern. That was not very good. Jon Stewart's still the best. Actually, yeah, I would agree with that. Jon Stewart probably is the best out of the Green Lanterns. I think, I don't know. For me, I think Kyle, is it Kyle Rayner? Who's the one who doesn't have a ring? He was, like, I think my favorite. But he always gets really fucked over in the comics. Like, I feel so bad for him all the fucking time. You should do a stream once a week where we discuss new porn stars. Nope, not gonna do that. Definitely not. You all can find your own. When I saw Jeffree Star, I looked at my phone very questionably, but spend your money how you like. And I laughed for a good 30 minutes when I saw the threads on Twitter about his buzz cut. No, I haven't even seen the buzz cut. Does he still not have eyebrows? Do you think Gal Gadot can actually act? I think she can. I wouldn't call her like a fantastic actor, but I think she gets unnecessary amount of hate. And if I'm being honest, I feel like it's partially due to her accent, and people think like, oh, she like can't get rid of the accent, she doesn't know how to act, and I'm like, I think she's actually pretty damn good. But that's me. Steward Construct style was my favorite. Okay, yeah, that's pretty badass. Let me buy everything till I want to give you a super chat. Whatever. I'm like, all I'm saying is, this is gonna sound egotistical, I think I deserve money a lot more than fucking Jeffree Star does. So Superman gonna be bad in all timelines. I was confused by nightmare sequences. What's the use of keeping Joker with them? I'm sure there must be some kind of use to it, because he is just a total wild card. Even Superman can't really pin down what he's gonna do. But yeah, I'm curious. I want good makeup, so I got some J-Star, but he was used by Black and Conscious for makeup. Not really when you pay him for it. I look forward to seeing her in the Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that as well. Not so sure how I feel about her playing Cleopatra. I feel like that should be a black actress. Actor. Damn it. I'm trying to break that. Gal is the only woman that may turn me back. You know, I'm just a kid. It's all good, Black and Conscious. It's all good. I just don't like Jeffree Star. I really don't like him. She's just really pretty to look at, but I think when she's connecting one-on-one, she really stands out. Yeah. She struggles in group scenes because she's not strong enough to stand out. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Flash looks different in the nightmare sequence too. Flash looks fucking cool in the nightmare sequence. I mean, everyone does. For Halloween, you better make yourself Wiccan. I am, alright. As long as I have the money to do it, I will be Wiccan. Although me and my roommate really want to do Tony and Candace from Portlandia. But we've been saying we'd be doing that for like 4 years now, so I suppose that could always wait. Cleopatra is Greek. Well, isn't she black and Greek? I'm almost positive she is. Does Jackie... Is that pronounced Ina? Jackie Ina have any makeup? She's drop dead gorgeous, and if I wore makeup, I'd buy the hell out of it. Love you for trying. Cleopatra is Egyptian. I mean, I'm pretty positive she's Greek and Egyptian, isn't she? I swear I'm not wrong on that. I think Sophia Mutella, the Algerian actress, would play Cleopatra very well. Let me look up the actor. Actor, not actress. Oh, I forgot about her. She played in the new Mummy movie that was god awful. It wasn't her fault, but yeah. I suppose she could. I wouldn't be super opposed to that. Gal's an okay actor, kind of like Keanu Reeves. Yeah. Some things they are great in, some things not so much. Yeah, I agree with that. But I ordered the best eyeshadow palette, the Be Perfect Carnival palette, and I'm gonna do your makeup. I've already done makeup before. I don't like it. Like, it's such a process. I don't like the way it feels on my face. It was fun to try it, but I'm definitely not like a drag person or even just a casual makeup person. It's not for me. I was gone and Remy mentioned Rocco. We're not talking about that, Simtown. We're not talking about that. I don't know why, but a drunk Halloween stream with you on Awakened costume just quoting him sounds so funny. I suppose it would be fun. Although this Halloween, I'm trying to go out. I'm trying to do something, so I might not be streaming on Halloween. I'm trying so hard to not buy that damn Ivy Park because it's so expensive and I can't afford to spend all my money. And don't spend it on him. I also bought a lace front wig. As long as it's a nice wig. Cleo has Greek ancestry with some Persian ancestry. I swear she has African in her. Like, I swear. I never mentioned Rocco. You all did. My roommate, his Spellman sister, my Spellman sister, and I were planning on being the Scooby-Doo gang. What part of the Scooby-Doo gang? Cleopatra is Egyptian who married Julius Caesar to remove her brothers, was a pharaoh in Egypt, so she can become a pharaoh. So she's... Is she not? But you're saying she's Greek. She come from Ptolemy dynasty. There was for Macedonian Greek. I would fight for her to be black, but she wasn't. God damn it. Fine. You a skincare person? Try Origins. I love their products. Let's talk about skincare. I'm not really much of a skincare person. I'm just blessed to not have any acne. If she was black, I would fight for it, but sorry, Cleo's not. Well, you know what? Let's change it. Let's just fucking change it. I know Simtown, but we're not doing that right now. I was planning on going as all versions of the Joker with my friends, but COVID is fun. I mean, that would be cool, but at the same time, I feel like Joker is just so overplayed for Halloween. Like, my roommate has been Joker, not Alex, but my other roommate has been Joker for Halloween, like, fucking 4 Halloweens in a row. And everywhere I go, like, before COVID, everywhere I go, there's always a bunch of Jokers out there, and I'm like, oh my god, man, like, do something different. They're far better than Rocco if we ever had the porn chat. We're not having the chat. We're not having that chat. And I will too, Cool Dancing. Cleopatra's gonna be black. We're making it happen. And I've been a vampire for Halloween. I don't want to do it. It's not even a costume for me. No one knows what her Cleopatra genetic makeup exactly is. She was Greek, and it's believed that she was part black. I've seen a coin that they said was her, and she was white-looking and ugly. Would have been Fred. My roommate would have been Shaggy. His SS would have been Daphne, and Mice would have been Velma. None of us have any pets, so sadly no Scooby. Well, I can provide the Scooby, I suppose. Yeah, but a gang of all Joker versions. Well, I mean, that would be cool. Like a bunch of people all dressed up as the various Jokers. That would be pretty cool. I just remember after Suicide Squad, I saw so many Jared Leto Jokers with, like, every white girl being Harley Quinn. And I just remember how irritating it was. And that was the same year everyone dressed up as Negan, and, like, 2 days before that is when Negan killed, I hope I'm not spoiling anything for someone, but killed Glenn, and I was like, fuck you. Like, you better not be dressed up as Negan. Whoever dresses as Leto Joker might freeze to death. Yeah, well, not in Nevada. It's not that cold here in Halloween. Had good words for Rock on the DMs you took up. We're not discussing it. Want to do an androgynous feminine Joker drag look for Halloween? Can you do like an androgynous feminine like Batman look or something? Just not Joker, man. I'm just so over Joker. She's not super attractive, not to plug Rome again, but they did a great job with Cleopatra and Mark Antony's storyline. Maybe I should check it out again then. Why do you look foggy, huh? I'm just tired. Like, I took 2 pain relievers and a migraine pain med at the same time, and it has caffeine in it, and I don't normally drink caffeine, so it just like hit me hard. So I'm getting very, very tired. I was tired earlier when I started the stream. Every time someone mentions Black Cleopatra, I always think back to Dina and Dreamgirls. Angel, we're not discussing it. The answer is yes. The punchline is that we all do a terrible Joker impression, so imagine a gang of Jokers doing dog shit impressions. A gang of Jokers is like the only exception. If it's just another Joker, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm so over it. This Halloween, I'm going to be Mary Tyler Moore. Alright, I'm down for that. That'd be cool. So not Rocco related. What was for dinner? I had a breakfast sandwich for dinner today. Some bacon and eggs and toast. With enough drinks, you won't feel cold. That's also true. Cleo was very good in bed. If the rumor... Ooh, they're bringing back Superman. Which, this was also so much better. Like, the debate they had felt more organic in this moment. And I love the fact that Flash misheard Cyborg. Because he, you know, sees, like, the really fucked up future that this is going to bring. And he says no. And then Flash is like, go. And then... like does it. Like, I don't know why, but I thought that was great. And also the slight bit of time reversal that happens as he's like really picking up speed, very cool. No Simtown. They did FE too damn dirty, and I'll never forgive Beyonce and Jamie for it. Oh you should dress up Winifred Sanderson from Hocus Pocus. Oh, Winnie. Dude, I would do it. I would totally do it. I should ask Rocco what to dress as. He's always in a different costume. Yeah, I guess you could. So Batman killed Harley Quinn or Joker in the nightmare sequence. Was it implied that it was Batman? I got the implication that it was Superman that did. Did Wonder Woman put up a good fight like she should have? In this moment here where she's discussing it, because with the Superman moment, she's the one kind of in the middle of the situation. Like, Aquaman is really trying to pull her in, like, you know, you agree with me and that this is wrong. And she's like, yes, but circumstances and the points that they're making are also kind of valid. Like, she was more the middleman in the situation, and I think it worked for her character really well. Okay, a slutty version of any animal is just called a furry, but alright. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. The scenes with all of them together were so much better because they work as a team. I agree. Like, they actually felt like a team in this, and I really enjoyed it. In the beginning was the slow-mo scream, went on way too long. I actually liked that. I thought that was pretty good. Maybe a little long, but I think it worked pretty well. Simtown? You're about to get, like, demodded. I'm not kidding. Like, let it go. Aquaman and Wonder Woman together with Flash was enough to fully hold Superman down. They did him so dirty in that fight sequence. Well, see, I didn't gather that. It seemed to me like all three of them together could not move him. I still think they overpower Superman a little too much in the Snyder version of things. Like, he's definitely supposed to be extremely powerful, but I think they take it just a smidge too far in the Snyderverse. It's just a little too powerful. It makes the other Justice League members seem a little irrelevant sometimes. They do a lot better job making them not seem irrelevant here, but still. I don't know who's wrong. I'm sure he'll further my confusion. Aubrey, let's not talk about it. Harley Quinn wanted Batman to kill Joker slowly. I wonder why. Well, I mean, I suppose it's added on to probably what he did to survive in the nightmare world. Why are we not getting our Scooby fix on streams? Because he's asleep. Would you put Wonder Egg priority on your list of things to watch? I mean, there's a lot on that list, but yes, it's on there. Oh, I'm sorry. This is so cool. This is the Omega Beam. I gotta see it. That's so cool. I did think it was kind of weird, though, the moment Darkseid puts his hand on Superman's shoulder. I thought it was really obviously the footage used right after he kills Zod in Man of Steel. I think they would have really benefited from shooting a pickup in that case. But I digress. That sequence was very cool. Wonder Woman is literally superior to Superman, and that's about confirmed in the comics now. She's not as physically strong, but her speed and fighting skills closes the gap. I mean, yeah, but they don't show that here in the movies. Like, with the Snyder version of things, she's not as strong, she's not as fast. Like, she's closer than anybody else, but I don't know, the gap is still too far in the Snyder version of things. The music is so much better in this mode too. It probably will Simtown. Just looked him up, and his tattoos are cool. Yeah, he's good. He's got good tattoos. Still love the head, but sequence between Superman and Wonder Woman. She almost got him. She almost got him, but then he's just like, nope, I'm too fast. Aquaman can talk to fish. And they actually made that kind of cool in the Aquaman movie, I won't lie. What do you mean Aquaman is the deep? Is Batman vs. Superman still your favorite DC movie after watching Snyder's Cut? It was never my favorite DC movie. I've always thought that was like one of my least favorite of the DC movies. I think Batman vs. Superman was a shitty movie. And it still is after seeing this. Cal. I guess I'll look it up. Not as good as Rocco Steele to me, but very good. I think it's mostly just because I like full beards as opposed to smaller bits of facial hair. But anyways, it's all good sometime. He's just not as cool out of water. Yeah, I mean, that's always been a slight issue with the Aquaman character. Aquaman also has superhuman strength, speed, durability, reflexes, stamina, and healing factor, as well as being able to control the weather and water with his trident. His magic is also insane. Yes, but he's always, in all versions, is always stronger in water. The longer he's away from it, the less strength he gets. And that is a bit of a problem, especially when it comes to Justice League storylines. Ares and Zeus died. What happened to Artemis? The one with bow and arrow. Oh, I don't know, actually. Maybe we'll see her again. And telepath to fish. Making people look up Rocco every stream. I never brought it up. Simtown. Because you bring it up more than anybody else. That's why. Everybody stop bringing it up. Fucking A. Isn't the deep same thing as the blue, like as in the manifestation of everything related to the ocean? Well, I thought the deep was like a whole different race. Have you seen Breakfast at Tiffany's? I don't think it's overrated. I like that movie a lot. Same thing with the Green and Swamp Thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Really have to watch this scene, Sarah. Later. Like, I'm about to stop smiling at the mention of his name. Like, I would like to have one stream where we don't discuss that. Sometimes people smile or laugh because they're anxious or uncomfortable, okay? That's all I'm saying. When are superpower beings going to learn not to leave powerful things in the care of the humans? They lost One Ring and they lost the Mother Box. Yeah, well. That's a good point, actually. Swamp Thing was a great series, sadly. I still haven't seen it, but I heard it was really good. Yeah, and the gate was not opened by me. CVB, I swear to fucking God. Alright, well, while you all be fucking annoying, I'm gonna watch a really badass sequence where Superman is attacking everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry. They got nothing on Superman. Like, they're all trying. They're just not able to fucking touch him. Well, technically everybody lost the Infinity Stones. It wasn't just the humans. We just had the most of them. That's a good point, Aubrey. I don't think Darkseid fears Kryptonians. He just views them as very capable. He's like, oh, you guys are like almost as strong as me. That's cool. Or at least they are next to, you know, the Yellow Sun. Ah, yeah, this was way better in this movie. Fucking everything is so much better in this movie. Oof. And I did like this little added moment too. How when Flash gets knocked over, he like puts his hand up because Superman is literally going to kill him with his heat vision, and he gets distracted by like all the people shooting him with like 50 caliber guns. I don't remember that in the original. Chucking the Mother Box in a shallow hole was like, what the hell? Well, that's a good point. Yes. Is your right eye going a little red? Is it? No, I don't think so. Are you talking about the whites of my eyes? Because my eyes are very dry right now. Superman is a boring superhero in my opinion. I have to agree for the most part. There are some storylines that make him very cool and very interesting, and then there are a lot where I'm like, okay, you're just too powerful. Yeah, these extended moments are so good. I actually really like this moment too, where the Flash is running and he gets like sidestepped by Superman, so he crashes into Aquaman. If I was Aquaman, I'd be mad. I'd be like, fucking idiot. Thank you, Stim Down. And yes, let's be respectful, please. And yeah, Superman is a really difficult one to write for. Like, it's difficult to write a character that's that powerful, which is why I think he shouldn't be quite that powerful. You made Flash slower than Superman in his heat vision. I don't think he's slower than Superman. It's just they made Superman as fast as him, and I'm like, he's not supposed to be as fast as the Flash. Like, he's supposed to be really fast and can sort of keep up with the Flash sometimes, but you know, the Flash is supposed to be much faster than him. And his heat vision, as if Superman was barely fast enough to catch his live wire. That's what I'm saying. We watched Lois and Clark yet? Not yet. But yeah, I've heard that that version of Superman is actually pretty good. Just looks a little pink on my TV, but maybe it's just me. Like, it might actually be a little pink. Let me put some eye drops in, because yeah, it's really dry right now. And I'm okay with Superman being OP, just not quite as OP as they make him in the Snyderverse. Like, he's just too OP. And in this universe, there's not enough kryptonite to really balance it out. The avatar for the green are like Nexus beings, but they're respective elemental domains. That's kind of cool. Hey, Sean. Flash holding his hand was not in the 2017 one. Yeah, I was like, I didn't think that was. And it was a good moment. Like, it was a really good moment. I like that look out of the corner of his eye at the Flash. I know, it's both funny to me and also, like, fucking scary. Like, he's running, and then you just see Superman over there, like... I was like, oh, shit. Like, it's entertaining and fucking terrifying. Like, I really like that moment. Have my red and blue lights on. I'm talking, man. When is the new Suicide Squad coming out? I don't know, but I also want to see King Shark. It's definitely the one I'm the most excited for in that movie. Like, see, that's some good comedy right there. Like, after Aquaman and the Flash get up, and he's just like, I'm gonna fuck you up. He's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Ugh. Hydration. Good night, Noah. Enjoy work. Thank you. I'm glad I enjoyed it too. I hope you all did as well. The King Shark design is like weirdly cute, which honestly I would prefer the more like aggressive version of it, but I also kind of like the like the cute design. Part where Flash falls with Aquaman was great. It's really funny. like that's comedy that lands. That's, to me, it proves that Zack Snyder can go for like a lighthearted approach to some things, but overall having the darker approach doesn't mean you can't go without the comedy. And this sacrifice scene actually got me. This was really sad. No. Oh yeah, that Suicide Squad kills the Justice League game. Actually, I don't know how the game's gonna be, but that cinematic actually looked really good. OP Bad Superman is cool though. Also, Pregnant Lois is a cool concept for this universe. I mean, it's very Injustice, and I love the Injustice games, so I see where they're going for, or like what they're going for, and I think it could work really well. I still just don't like exactly how overpowered he is. It's a little too much. Ah, the scene is so sad. And when it first happens, you're like, damn, he sacrificed himself for nothing, but he did kind of save the world by putting that heat signature on the mother box. Still can't get over Constantine hooked up with King Shark. I cannot either. Like, when they revealed that, or I heard about that, and I was like, funny joke, everybody. And then I like looked it up, and it's like, oh wait, that's canon. Like, he really did. I would hook up with King Shark. Like, why not? Pregnant Lois killed by Darkseid truly broke Superman and changed him to Darkseid. I do have a complaint with that, though. I'm like, why would you join the person that killed the love of your life? It makes more sense to me in Injustice how Joker kills Lois, and so Superman kills Joker and then goes down his own dark path. He doesn't, like, join Joker, you know? But maybe Darkseid will spin it and be like, you know, I could have saved her, but this happened and she died, so join me. Like, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Or maybe we won't see. Hopefully we do. Justice League surprisingly went by at a good pace for a 4-hour movie. I agree. I was able to watch it in one sitting without much trouble. Can Henry Cavill beat up my toony dad ass? So can Ezra Miller. I'll just take Henry Cavill. You can have Ezra Miller. We can both be happy. I haven't watched the Snyder's Cut, but did they set up a bunch of stuff? It's clear that Zack Snyder set up like a whole franchise of these movies, and it actually made me want to see them. I do like the storyline where Lois Lane became Superwoman. That was alright. I don't know why. It never really struck me as like a great storyline. Just gave me so many flashbacks to memories I didn't remember I had. Hail Hydra, I'm pretty sure they're talking about like future movies, more villains, more characters, and all of that is definitely set up in this movie. I don't even remember where I got that from. I just borrow Henry Cavill from time to time. Don't be stingy. No. If I ever land Henry Cavill, he's mine. I'm that person who does not share. Our part 6, we're in the last part. Something darker. What a finale, too. Like, it's not even like, well, some parts are pretty dramatically changed, but some parts are not, and it's just so good. There's another reason why Batman and Superman would be at odds again. It's in that layout interview. Yeah. But I'm still kind of not accepting that Dick Grayson the one who's dead. Yeah. I mean, I love Dick Grayson. Kyle, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose because I don't play fair. What are you guys' thoughts on Young Justice? We love Young Justice in this house. Really? I thought the 3rd season was maybe not my favorite, but I thought it was good. And they ended with a voiceover with Cyborg's dad and Lois. Yeah, that last voiceover fucking got me too. That was actually really emotional. I don't know. There were so many emotional beats that just hit so much better in this movie. But, Booty 10. Are you talking about the white of my eye or around my eye? Because I can't not touch my eye when I put eye drops in. There's like shit in it. Ezra Miller is a really cool actor. His acting, we need to talk about. I mean, we discussed him earlier. I'm like, I think he's a good actor, but him as a person kind of bothers me. And who isn't thirsting after Superman? Like, come on. Oh, really, Aubrey? You sure about that, Simtown? Sounds like you're being a little weak. It's not too much to handle. It's just the right amount, Sean. The Snyder Cut is one of the best. CBN's maybe 5th or 4th. But for me, it's 5th. But that's high praise because I love my superhero movies. I have a lot of angst and feistiness to unleash. Well, I have a lot of anger and rage, so I think that's gonna beat you. And I'm also one of those gays that has a gun, so don't fuck with me. What, white around my lip? You can just fuck with me, I don't got shit. Cavill with his Witcher wig is fine. Okay, yeah, but that wig is bad. Like, they really need to fix that wig. It does not look good enough. A bit too buff for you? There's no such thing. You know the guy who plays the Mountain in Game of Thrones? Crush me. Get on top of me and crush me. All I'm saying. If Batman ever fights Superman again, the only thing he needs to do is say Martha again. I don't think that's going to work twice. I don't know why, but Henry Cavill isn't my cup of tea. Like, he low-key creeps me out, but he's pretty attractive. How does he creep you out? He doesn't give me creepy vibes at all. Oh, thanks, Simtown. Jason Momoa, on the other hand, he's even bigger than Henry Cavill. Why do you guys have guns these days? Well, I've had it since I was a shitty, in the closet conservative, so I just have had it, and I know how to use it, and I'm not going to get rid of it. But I also don't want to, I don't know, be that white guy who uses it in a really bad way, I guess. It stays safely in a single place until the day I hopefully never need it. Unless one of you fucks with me and Henry Cavill, in which case it's coming out. This feels like Cavill has some secret waiting for you to go deep before revealing. Like he's going to end up being like a secret racist or something. I like lanky guys and buff women. I only like men, and I like them beefy. Aubrey, what? What? You judging me? I'm boring with the gun. I prefer slow and creative torture. I don't have time for all that. We'll just make it quick. See, you're the person that's going to be delivering the monologue, and I'm just like, bang. Like, we don't have time for this shit. Henry not hot no more until his hair grow back. Bald men are ugly. It's not bald, it's shaved. There's a key difference between bald and shaved. And honestly, there's a lot of bald men I would totally go for. Like The Rock. Although I don't know if he shaves his head either. I think he probably has like a thinned out hair or thinning hairline. He can get it though. To cross that bridge, it's over. Nah, not at all. Think about Dick if he's dead. Also kind of mad that Zack Snyder said he wanted to make Soup's son to be the next Batman. Yeah, I don't agree with that choice, if that's the case. You're baldest. The Mountain's too much for me. It's like all the Justice League, though. No need to fight. I was like, yeah, we don't have to fight. Just stay away from the one that I have chosen. Although, to be honest, out of every Zack Snyder character, I'm taking Deathstroke because Joe Manganiello. If Henry Cavill is not playing as Superman in Man of Steel 2, I am not watching any DCEU content. I mean, it's not going to be Man of Steel 2, first of all. It's going to be, like, you know, a whole new multiverse situation if it's not Henry Cavill. And if that's the case, I'll watch it. I'll see what they want to provide. Cannibal guy is taller than Cavill. Oh. Well, he's not exactly buff, you know. He's tall. I mean, he's decently built out. Whatever. He's a cannibal. We don't talk about him. Cavill used to play WoW. Of course he has. That's some shit. That's a good point. But you would go for bald men because you into old men. Are you saying The Rock is old? I mean, I guess he's not like super young, but I feel like it's not exactly correct to say he's old. Is Cavill staying as Supes? The news varies. It's hard to keep track. No, he is not staying as Superman. It's not that he's chosen to leave. It's that they have chosen to not continue with him, which is unfortunate. Mountain is too evil for you, Michael. Well, I'm not talking about the Mountain. I'm talking about the actor. Is Bastion the new one for this universe? Oh, Battison. I don't know. I think bald guys are okay as long as they don't try to hold up on the dream. Comb overs make me sad. I agree. I'm like, if you're balding, just let it go. Just let that hair go. Although I suppose some people have like weirdly shaped heads and they don't want to let it go. You can try. Joe Manganiello in Justice League or in Spider-Man? Justice League for sure. Spider-Man, I hate that like Gucci look. I think I'm just weird for this, but the guy who played the owl guy in Watchmen is weirdly really attractive to me. Yeah, not for me. Very good actor though. He's 48. That ain't old. Hottest bald man? I don't know, probably The Rock. I think the hair and makeup department on The Witcher need to consult with some of the queens from Drag Race on how to properly lay out a wig. I mean, it's just the wigs look so dry. Like, the hair looks so thin and dry. And I'm like, it looks like a wig, man. Like, you gotta make it look more real. Did you hear the news about Cannibal Boy? He was accused of rape the other day. Well, why wouldn't he be, you know? I'm pretty sure the cannibal stuff was enough to be kicked by his reps, but yeah. They probably saw that the rape thing was like just a matter of time. All the other sexual assault allegations, they're like, yeah, it's heading in that direction. We should probably just dip. My dad is bald, and I know for sure I won't let my hair go anytime soon. I mean, as long as you're not balding. I think it's better to be bald with a weird head than to have a bad comb over or plugs. Possibly. I loved Michael Rosenbaum as Lex. I think that's the best Lex Luthor I've seen in live action, personally. Vin Diesel's alright. I don't know what it is about him. It doesn't quite do it for me. They can cast Keanu Reeves as Deathstroke in the multiverse. I'd rather see Keanu Reeves play Ghost Rider. Or Adam Warlock or something. And tomorrow I have the day off, so I'm going to relax and catch up on my sleep. And then the day after that, I'm gonna probably stream and film videos. My dad's not bald. His dad is bald. My dad is actually like got a very full head of hair, and he's 74. Keanu Reeves is in Eternals though, right? I don't think they've confirmed that. Better than Gene Hackman? I'm blanking on who Gene Hackman is. I know the actor, but I can't think of it. Oh. Me. Who's this cannibal guy? We're not going there. It still hurts my heart. They should cast Keanu as Constantine. I'll be sold. They already have, though. Like, the Constantine movie was with Keanu Reeves. I mean, it was a solo movie, but we've already seen it. And it was a good movie. It was actually a really good movie. Speaking of bad wigs, I'm praying for Daenerys and Cersei's wig improvement. You will get it. You will get it. Don't worry, you'll get it. Those wigs get a lot better as the show progresses. Keanu needs to come back as Constantine. He was expressed that he would. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but I also feel like he doesn't look anything like the character, so I would be fine if they recasted that. Too bad we never got Nick Cage as Superman. What do you mean, too bad? Thank God. More like. Okay, we're pulling up into the finale of the movie, which I think it dragged a little bit during this part. Like, the setup for the finale, I'm like, come on, let's move it along here. Let's get to it. But when it gets going, like, it gets going and it stays good. Yeah, Gene Hackman is Lex Luthor in the Superman movie. I thought he was okay. Not my favorite. Yeah, Michael Rosenbaum was, in my opinion, the best Lex Luthor. He was fucking great. And he actually shaved his head every goddamn season. I was impressed by that level of dedication. It was a good movie, but it wasn't Constantine. I mean, I suppose you could argue, like, oh, it's a very different version of Constantine, but yeah, I would not mind them going a different route, but I love the movie. Hottest bald man is either the guy who plays Amenadiel and Lucifer or Luke Cage. Oh, Luke Cage's actor. What is his name? I think it's Michael something. Maybe it's not. Yeah, Mike Coulter. He's so fucking hot. Like, oh my god. I was insanely jealous of Jessica Jones when he was first introduced on that show. I was like, god damn it, I wish that was me. He was Amenadiel. I never watched Lucifer. Or I watched like an episode and I like really didn't like it, but let's see here. Oh. Alright, okay. Not bad. Not. Oh, I know it. Fuck, where have I seen him before? Yeah, he could definitely get it. All right, Superman's getting his black suit, which I thought was gonna be way cooler, but I feel like it was just a costume change. Wasn't a huge fan of that. And I do like the red and blue colors better than the black suit. That's just me. I mean, you already have Batman in all black. Why do you need Superman in all black too? Redheads are also my true weakness. Hey, if you don't want to cast him as Darth Revan, let me play Darth Revan, because I fucking love that game. And you'd never expect me to be evil. Or would you? Yeah, I would like to start Legend of Zelda here pretty quick. Yeah, this setup right here is showing everyone like suiting up and getting ready. Very cool. And that was funny too, the Flash like meditating. It was very funny. As you can tell, I like blondes. So I thought you said you didn't like blondes. So I'm happy with him staying Constantine long. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, I was like, no you don't. Oh, I don't like blondes. I just didn't read it right. I was just like, yeah, I remember you very distinctly saying too many people are blonde. I don't mind blonde people. Too bad we never got Nick Cage as a Joker. Let's just not have Nick Cage play any superhero characters, please. So who was everyone's favorite Catwoman? I'm probably going to get hated for this, but I actually really liked Anne Hathaway as Catwoman. However, Michelle Pfeiffer, fucking iconic, very good. Sorry, Halle Berry, but yours is probably the worst one. Cool fact, Mike Coulter is Viola Davis. What? No way. I did not know that. I feel like the acting genes did not really travel that far because I love Mike Coulter, but I don't think he's that great of an actor. So this scene was also pretty cool. How Batman like blasts his way into the dome. I still think the dome is a little silly, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool, I guess. And then they get rid of the stupid dome, so it's not all red the entire time. Thank you, Lord. I can go with Constantine not being blonde, but he has to be British. Yeah, I agree with that. Nick Cage was not perfect for Ghost Rider. Not even close. What are you saying? I'm about to cancel you. Nick Cage was for sure my favorite Catwoman. Shut up. Eartha Kitt is it. And also Julia Newman. Okay. I mean, we haven't seen Zoe Kravitz actually play the character yet, but I have a feeling it's going to be a very good version of the character. I don't know if there's a recast on Mirror or not. Probably not. I don't think I've ever seen The Good Wife. Emilia Clarke, but I don't think it's official. I mean, yeah, I honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. It's Justice League 2 and 3 happening. That's another thing. I'm like, I don't think it is. I really wish it was, but I don't think it's going to happen, no. I like Michelle Pfeiffer, and I can't wait to see what Zoe brings to it. And is last in my list. Oh, last? Really? I thought she was really good in the role. She's below Halle Berry. Like, come on, that was terrible. I actually really liked the way Anne Hathaway would play like the goody two shoes. Like her introduction was great. She's just like, "Oh no, I was just cleaning in here and whatever," and he's just like, "Yeah, I know exactly what you're doing," and she goes, "Oops," and she just like totally drops the persona. Like it was good. Familia is Mira. I'll watch every single DC movie with her in it because I've literally fallen in love with her acting. She's great. She's very good. Although she was not very good in the Terminator movie. I will have to admit that. Thoughts on remaking Fantastic Four again? I think they desperately need it because the original ones, not that great in my opinion. And the remake that they made fairly recently was horrifically bad. I still don't like that Batman has so many guns attached to his equipment. Like, I understand he's fighting, like, aliens right now, but I'm like, I'd rather see Batman use fucking lasers than guns. There's a very specific reason he doesn't ever use guns. Yeah, I agree, Angel. Can't wait for Mephisto to appear in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I saw a meme where it was just like Mephisto and the Winter Mephisto, and I laughed really hard at that. Amelia is good in everything I saw her in. I don't think she was great in Terminator, but everything else I've seen her in, she's been really good. Blame the writing of Halle's Catwoman. She actually embodies the character more than Anne. I don't think so. But, yeah, the writing was definitely the main problem of that. So sick. Sorry, Wonder Woman and everyone just showed up. We're about to get the superhero shot that's the thumbnail of my video. Because I did love that moment. Although I did honestly feel like it feels like it's copying Avengers Age of Ultron just a little bit. But to be fair, it's just a very comic book moment. It's not really copying anything. It's just that's what you do in comic books. You have the hero shot. Yeah, that Christmas movie was not very good either. I don't think she was bad in it, but yeah, I wasn't a fan of that one. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp fired from Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and Fantastic Beasts 3. I liked him as Grindelwald. I did not like him as Grindelwald, but I did like him a lot as Jack Sparrow. Red Wing is red equals Mephisto. I'm really excited for the Batman with Robert Pattinson. I'm very excited for it. I think it's actually going to be good. Sorry, I'm enjoying Jason Momoa be a badass. Sick. God, they made Cyborg so much cooler in this movie. Johnny is a very versatile actor, and it makes me so angry that him being a victim costed him his career. Okay, well, a victim to Amber Heard, I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Like, he did some pretty fucked up shit, but she playing the victim and making him look like a total fucking evil person when it was much less one-sided than that makes me hate Amber Heard a lot more than I do him, but he did plenty of fucked up shit. Terminator movie was bad. Can anyone explain Jai Courtney's career and Jason Clarke? I mean, I think Jai Courtney is not a great actor, but honestly, I think he's kind of hot. And Jason Clarke is a great actor, but that movie just wasn't good. I suppose it had some parts that were decent, but not enough. Deadshot, you asked me that question one more time. Every time you take a drag from your vape pen, I feel the need to step out of my house and have a smoke. Get yourself a vape instead. It's not good for you, but it's better than cigarettes. I hate Twilight so bad. I mean, I'm not a huge fan. I kind of like the Eclipse movie. That's about it. They even gave Batman some decent action. Not the best. He's definitely not suited for all this, but they gave him more. Maybe they will bring him as alternate timeline Batman for Snyderverse. Maybe. I immediately thought of Age of Ultron because it's a slow motion action shot in profile yet again. Needed to switch that up a little. Yeah, I agree. But again, it's sort of like, yeah, I don't really want to like pin it on them being like, oh, they just copied Age of Ultron. I'm like, that's just what comic books do. Like, that's a classic comic book panel right there. But the fact that Age of Ultron came out first, it's kind of hard not to compare the two shots. You love Twilight, but just don't take it seriously. I suppose that's a good way to do it. Does anybody in chat watch American Gods? I've only seen like 3 or 4 episodes of the first season, but I liked it a lot. I just never finished it. Boss. Like, all the team up moments in this are so cool. I'm officially stopped because season 3 is just dragging. Kind of sucks. Oh, that's too bad. Michael's Justice League 2. Oh my god, fucking A. CVB? You asking for it. Well, yeah, look at Jai Courtney. He's a good looking guy. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe I should just watch the first season of American Gods. Is it me, but I seem to mix Jai and Aaron Taylor Johnson up? I think that might just be you. I don't think I've ever done that. Joaquin Phoenix Joker and Robert Pattinson Batman on the same universe in the Batman trailer. There are thugs at the Joker gang scene. I don't know. If they are, I would like that. But I don't know. The way I see the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp's domestic violence situations aren't cut and dry. In the UK, Johnny lost his libel case where libel is much easier to win than in the States. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he really just shouldn't have done that. Yeah, it was kind of bullshit. Sick. Sorry, this action sequence is really hard for me to not watch because it's fucking awesome. It's also like way more fast-paced and intense than the theatrical version. Is the Flashpoint a reboot of the DCU? What direction of them? I don't know. They keep saying it's not even Flashpoint anymore. It's just a Flash movie, so like, who knows? Kind of like the music played whenever Wonder Woman shows, but her OG theme is Beast. Yeah, I agree. Like, her theme is still my favorite, but the music that they had for her in this movie I thought was really good. What spot? Are you talking about this? It's a mole, or like a little. I don't know if you consider this a freckle or a mole. I mean, it's always there. Like, I don't know. Not impressed. Superman has arrived. He's about to ruin your whole day, Steppenwolf. Best TV show you guys have ever watched? Dark. Dark, 100% dark. Are my eyes slowly closing? I mean, it's late. And like I said, I took a lot of pills to deal with my fucking migraine from earlier, so yeah, I'm pretty tired. I agree, Siva. Johnny didn't sue. I think his career would be fine. I agree. He should not have sued. I still haven't seen Westworld. Oh, Angel, you gotta watch that last episode. Like, it's so good. It's so good. I agree, Simtown. His not impressed line was a lot better than what they did in the theatrical version. Quite a bit better. Oh, is that what you're referring to, Remy? Good night, Cal. Say Game of Thrones is getting up in the ranks of best TV I've seen, but I'm not showing film experts so the shows I think are amazing are probably very mediocre. It's definitely not a mediocre show. It's just, I think it's not a lot of people's favorites because of just the last season of Game of Thrones. Up to that point, for a lot of people, it was like the best TV around. Oh, trust me, I don't spoil Dark to anybody. It's just amazing, and you need to watch it. Ooh, this is the dark side moment where he sees the Justice League, and they kill Steppenwolf in like the most badass way I've seen in a long time in a superhero movie. Sic mundus creatus est. Das Einfang ist der Ende, and das Ende ist der Einfang. The best TV I've seen is mostly Avatar: The Last Airbender. I mean, that show is fucking great. God, I love this ending too. Like, they fail, and the Flash is the one to fucking save the whole world. God, this scene is so good. I'm turning this up. Angel, I think Game of Thrones was great all the way up to season 6. Season 7 is when it started to decline a little bit for me, and then season 8 was very big disappointment. No, I liked Avatar way more than Korra, but to each their own. Yeah, you should rewatch Game of Thrones. Why not? One of the best of the best. No, I'm not watching Sound of Fucking Music. For the movie, I have my reservations for obvious reasons. Kyoshi show or comic, or like continuation of those comics, I'd be super down for. I've still only seen the first 2 seasons of American Horror Story. Or the first 3 seasons, I mean. This scene is so good. Favorite scene in this whole fucking movie. It's so good. So good. Thank you, Too Cool Dancing. I agree, season 6. I mean, I like season 7. It's just you can tell that's when it started to decline a little bit. You're like, oh, this is some big crazy shit, and it's cool, but you can tell the writers are being a little bit lazier than normal. Sick. Coven will forever be iconic. See, I didn't really like Coven that much. That's why I stopped watching it. My favorite season of the 3 that I saw was Asylum. Even though it was kind of like too much all in one season, I think there were some really good parts in it. And I love Zachary Quino as an actor. Yeah, I don't know if I trust the Netflix live action anymore because it's not the original creators. When it was the original creators, I was like, okay, I'm down. Now that it's not, I'm like, I don't know. Careful, Angel, no spoilers. We've got a newbie Game of Thrones person in here. What do you mean my lips are too pink? They're just the way they always are. Such a good character arc for Cyborg. And seeing the mother boxes as like those freaky figures, like, very cool. So sick. Very cool. The first 3 are the only ones you should really watch. The rest are not very good. Ah, and there he goes. Aquaman starts it, Superman continues it, and Wonder Woman ends it. Badass. I was sort of relieved, but mostly disappointed that there wasn't a live action, mainly because I wanted to see a live adaptation and the diversity going along with it. I mean, they're still gonna do it, that's the problem. Ooh, Dark Side man. They killed Steppenwolf the way Thor killed Thanos at the beginning of Endgame. I feel like they're different enough. It's like in Endgame, like they cut off his arm. More is just a way to torture him and to get the stones back, and then Thor just gets pissed and kills him, and everyone's like, oh shit, what the fuck did you just do? And here they're all pretty much in agreement, like, okay, let's have Aquaman stab him through the chest, Superman, punches him through the boom tube, and then Wonder Woman cuts his fucking head off because she's pissed. Like, I don't know. I can see the similarities, but I feel like it was different enough. What do you mean, Simtown? I don't know what clip you're referring to. I still haven't watched Community. Need to see my other husband, Steven. I hate about WoW is every few months I get articles about how it's on the way. What do you mean? A good final shot here at the end too. The whole group. Like, it's from the original, but it's played out just a little differently here. And once again, it works better. Oh, the Winds of Winter. We're never gonna get it. Like, let's just be real at this point. It's just never gonna happen. So cool. Well, I guess the epilogue is technically like part 7. Because it's a long ass epilogue. I think they should have trimmed up the epilogue. And yeah, this ending monologue from his dad hits you right in the feels. I don't think we're even going to get Winds of Winter. Like, I'll be honest with you, I just don't think he's ever going to fucking finish it. I think posthumously, another author is going to have to finish it for him. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think what would have been cut out of Steppy said is the scene where she cut the frozen... Oh, yeah. That's true. I didn't even realize that. I thought it looked familiar. And yeah, it's much cooler that she cuts off his head, not destroys his axe. I still have a lot of reservations about the Last of Us TV series. I'm like, I feel like you're either going to have to change the story so much that it's not even going to resemble the story that happened in the games, or you're just going to have to copy the story, and at which point I'm like, why even make it? I can just play the fucking game. Good night, CBB. Like, yeah, we're about to end this stream, too. As soon as this movie's over, I'm wrapping it up. I'm so tired. Halo live action series is on the way. I was never the biggest Halo fan in the first place, so I might like it. Oh, I forgot about that movie, Mom. Tried watching some movies that I hadn't seen on HBO Max a couple days ago, and I attempted to watch the entirety of the Watchmen movie, but I just couldn't do it. Really, why not? It's a good movie. I love The Last of Us games, but that's exactly why I'm like, I don't really think it needs a TV show or a movie. Like, it's already a 15 to 20 hour story in a game format, and it works just fine. Room for more. We live in a society where honor is distant memory. Quote removed as shown in the trailer. Oh yeah, we were discussing that one earlier too. Kind of peeved that they cut that, but and showed it in the trailer too. I'm like, you just did that to tease us, you little asshole. No, I have not watched his Dark Materials, but I want to because my brother loves the books and he says the show is very good, or at least much better than the Golden Compass movie. I was expecting it to mainly be all action-packed, but then they showed the vintage heroes, and I wanted to get more into that, but then that didn't really happen from what I saw. Well, you gotta finish the movie before you can make a judgment on that, because, well, I mean, they don't really get that far into the vintage heroes, but they do get very deep into about 3 main characters in the movie. Yeah, maybe 4. It's a really good movie. I think you would like it. I mean, I like Pedro Pascal, but I still don't know how I feel about them making it into a TV show. I think it's kind of a mistake. I just couldn't get into it. You're just being impatient. Trust me. The payoff is well worth it. Lara Croft was made into a movie from a game. Yeah, but it also had 0 to do with the original storyline, and the movie was not very good. So I couldn't get through the first season of his Dark Materials. It was confusing and didn't do a great job setting up the world where things felt important. Maybe it's one of those things you need to have read the books to like really get it. I hope it's not. No, yeah, Jeffrey Dean Morgan plays like the biggest asshole in the fucking world in that movie. My arm's fine. The part where I hit the fence is all bruised up though, like it's turning yellow and shit. Like when his character got thrown out the window, I was like, is that his voice? I saw his eyes. Yeah, that's him. Interesting. I'd read the Watchmen comics if you don't like the movie. The comic is great. I mean, the comic, it's not that different from the movie. Well, I mean, technically the movie is like a sequel to the comics. Or, no, that's not true. No, it's not. Just a slightly different adaptation to it. And, I don't know. I thought they were both great. Yes, I hit a fence, Angel. It was embarrassing. About 10 minutes after I got my vaccine, I ran right into a fence. Technically, yes, I guess it is a Snyder Cut watch-along stream. I mean, the beginning of the stream was all just my discussion of the movie. But then discussing it, I was like, I want to watch it. Like, it was good. I want to watch it again. I mean, you'll never not be confused if you don't finish the movie. Like, that laugh is better than Jared Leto's laugh. I am sleepy, okay? I was in a lot of pain, alright? I hate Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. I don't like it at all. I love Jesse Eisenberg, but not as Lex Luthor. I think it's fucking terrible. The fence was absolutely fine, Raimi. Thank you. I'm fine too. Appreciate it. The HBO Watchmen show is more of a continuation of the comic book. I mean, not really though, because the ending of the comics is how the movie ends, for the most part. Jesse plays all the same characters. I 100% disagree with that. He's played many various characters and very well, but his choice of playing Lex Luthor more like the Riddler, honestly, is not good. Not good at all. Do you think Jesse would have did a better job, or was he just wrong for it? I think he could have played it okay. It's just, again, his choice of making him like sporadic and like jittery, that's just so not Lex Luthor. And I think it would have been a better option to choose a different person to play it entirely, but I still think he could have done a decent job. Gray hair Joe, how do you feel about it? I love it. What are you talking about? Like, I'm looking at him right now and I'm just like, yes. Main comic in the movie for Watchmen is the same story. The comic has extra world building. Yeah, okay. I'm like, that's how I remembered it. Think it was Jesse's choice or the way he was directed? I think it was probably both. Here we go into the nightmare future. The scene was good. I actually did like it quite a bit. Didn't think I would, but it was cool. Long hair Lex was distracting. I just really hate that he's bald because he shaved his head. Just because. They're like, oh, he went to prison, so he shaved his head bald. And I was like, that's not it. Like, he's not supposed to be able to grow hair at all. Like, that's why Lex has this thing for wearing wigs, and one of the reasons he feels like some kind of inferiority complex towards certain people. And honest, to be 100%, that's one of the reasons he doesn't like Superman, because Superman's got good hair. Like, I don't know. There's just a lot of choices I thought were stupid. And yeah, Lex was not written properly. Jesse wanted to put a different spin on it, and I agree it's too jittery, but I also, the dialogue gives him no depth. 100% agree with that. Oh, and the Mohawk? I like it. And Mira, why do you have an accent? It bugs me. I don't like it. But the Flash looks really cool. Lex is supposed to be suave and confident. I agree. Like, maybe when he's like really down on his luck and his plan has totally failed, you can let out like that jittery craziness. But yeah, he's supposed to be 99% of the time about as like smooth and confident as humanly possible. Here's the Joker. Thought his hair fell out when he contacted with the mother box. No, his hair didn't fall out at all. He literally just shaved it when he was in jail. Like, I liked the Smallville version of things where he lost all his hair because of the meteor shower that brought Clark to Earth. I thought that was a really cool connection that they made. You didn't notice her accent? It was so noticeable. What are you talking about? All of a sudden she has like a super strong ass like British-ish accent. Like it was kind of weird. I didn't like it. Like I'm still not 100% sold on Jared Leto's Joker, but I like this version way better than the Suicide Squad one. Justice League 2 would be fully set in Nightmare World. I'd love to watch it. I don't think it would be fully set in the Nightmare World, but I think it would probably end with that, like, actually happening. Lex is charismatic and a little slick. Like, nothing is supposed to set off your villain alarms. Right, exactly. Don't like that laugh. I like that laugh. I love that though. Fish accent. The Hair Envy was a hilarious Golden Age comics throwback. I mean, it's part of what made the character what he was. Her accent was the first thing I noticed about her. For me, it was too. Like as soon as she spoke, I was like, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that." Love that backstory in Smallville. It was so smart. I agree. Like, it was a great way to connect the two. Like, a rivalry destined to be all because of that. I mean, for so much more, obviously, but that moment kind of just, like, sealed it in the heavens. Like, these two are going to be rivals. They always have been. They always will be. And, yeah, her hair wasn't Bozo the Clown red, which I think it looks better, honestly. I didn't hate how it looked in Aquaman the movie, but I think it looks better here for sure. I liked her costume in the Aquaman movie better. I don't know, the crown I feel like is just a little much. They might do a Smallville reboot. Would they cast new people or? Because I don't know if I trust the CW to be able to do it right. Don't like that laugh. I do not like the laugh. What do you fucking think, too? Sorry. I'm enjoying this scene. The nightmare scene is pretty cool. Especially because this shit happens where Superman just shows up out of nowhere and you're like, oh shit. I already did copy the laugh earlier. I don't get all the reboots. Come up with some new stories. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, just go for something new now. It's so cool. Tom Welling also got the short end of the stick. Career went nowhere. I mean, to be fair, not a good actor, but he embodied the character weirdly, like, really well. And hell no, they're not going to rehire the actress from The Cult, even though Chloe was probably my favorite character on that whole show. Which is really unfortunate. Superman going to kill everyone, only Flash escapes. I mean, in that situation, probably, yeah. Maybe Cyborg could get away. That's about it, though. 10 years on a popular show is pretty good. I mean, yeah. I'm sure he's decently set. No, I didn't watch Lucifer, so I couldn't say. Maybe he got better at acting. If they're willing to bring Tom, then it might be worth watching. I don't know. I feel like even then I'm like, let him do some new shit. Come up with a new show, man. Like, we had Smallville. I loved it. It's over. Give me something else. Give me a Green Lantern show. Give me a good Teen Titans show. I know they have the Teen Titans live action one, but well, I guess that's what they have now. So never mind. I'll take that one back. Give me, I don't know. Redo the Flash, because I want to see the Flash done better than he was in the CW. I'm not a huge fan of what they did with the character in that. Or just what they did with the show, not necessarily the character. Zach also set up Adam too. I know. That's why I want to see it keep going. He set up Martian Manhunter, the Atom. Soups and Lois is filling up the Soups niche, well, I heard. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like if you have the Superman and Lois show, then you don't need a Smallville show. Solid little tease there at the end with Martian Manhunter. Cool. Oh, I forgot about the tribute at the end. That breaks my heart. Good movie, though. Very, very good movie. Quite a lot I liked about it. A couple things I still didn't like, but you can't win everything. But yeah. Thank you all for joining me on the stream. I hope you enjoyed the sort of like watch along and discussion of the movie and a lot of other things. Like I said, tomorrow is my break day. I am just 100% devoting that to myself and relaxing. I'm gonna play like Planet Coaster and just fucking chill. And then Monday, probably going to do another stream and film a bunch of videos, so I will more than likely see you all on Monday. Yeah, thank you for joining in. And before we leave, let me get a rating from everyone. Like everyone who's still here in the stream, put your rating 1 out of 10 for the Justice League Snyder Cut. For me, I would give it a 9 out of 10, actually. I think it was, like, really good. Thank you, David. And thank you, Too Cool, and thank you, Rami. 9 out of 10 from you, Rami. All right, so we're of the same mind here. 11 out of 10, so you really liked it. 8.75, gotcha. 10 out of 10, all right. I can't believe how good it is. Like, I just did not think it was going to be that good. And it really is. 9.2 out of 10. Now it's the same as my rating for the Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode. Haven't finished it, so I have to reserve judgment. Fair enough, fair enough. Isn't going to be popular, but 7 out of 10. I mean, I totally get it. And I'm really happy it's good, too. Like, it gives me hope that the DC universe can somehow, some way get its shit together and pull out more movies like this. Zack did justice for Flash, Ben Affleck, Batman, and Cyborg. Yeah, he did. Specifically Cyborg. I was like, God damn, he really did justice to Cyborg's character. And Joss Whedon did not. Not even close. I'm too tired to do the full review. I'll just do it real quick, I guess. Cinematography was very good. I like the style that Zack Snyder brings to it. I think it worked a lot better than Joss Whedon's. Don't copyright me, please. I'm trying to think. There were several shots in it that were like really, really good. My mind is kind of fried right now, so I can't like pull out a really good example at the moment. Music was good. I actually liked a lot of the copyrighted music that was used, and the new score for it just suited the movie like a lot better. Acting wise, definitely have to give it to Ray Fisher. He was like the best part about the movie. Editing and pacing, I think it could have been tightened up from 4 hours to about 3.5 and been made like to be amazing, but it didn't drag too much. There were just certain scenes where I'm like, all right, let's wrap it up here. It doesn't need to be this long. Let's go. And yeah, it was a whole other movie. Like, I can't believe that. I did not think that was possible, but it's a completely different movie. Hope the executives get the right message from this. I still don't think they will, but they'll see dollar signs and they'll be like, maybe let's let Zack Snyder do some more shit, and that would be a good idea. So 9 out of 10. Fourth just flew by for me when I was watching this masterpiece. I agree. 4 hours, it didn't seem that long at all when I watched it. I think they just need to be more patient and not try to be in such a hurry to catch up to Marvel. I agree. Take your time, build up your characters, and then deliver us some like masterpiece level team up movies. Just stop trying to rush it so much, and they got something great. But anyways, good night, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever the fuck you are. Enjoy your day, and that is about it.